Just click live. Like start broadcasting with the music on.
So do just microphone?
No, just hit, no, just start it.
Okay, so hit broadcast.
So this is already done. No. We have to go to the Chrome page, the YouTube Chrome page. YouTube. Yeah. So go to the YouTube page here.
Yep.
Yep. And then start streaming. Are you sure you want to stream the live event? Hit OK.
Go to music.
Yeah. And we'll just play it. And find out if it's live. It might be waiting the actual time to go live.
Yeah. Is there a way I can?
Yeah, just pause the. Commercials. Then they just go live. Skip that. Hey! What's up, guys?
Welcome to HipHughes History Live. We're so glad that you made it. We're going to spend the next few hours together trying to get a hold on the Regents exam, which you're taking tomorrow morning. So I think we're going to approach this chronologically, guys. We're going to talk about the test a lot. We're going to talk about what's on it. We're going to talk about thematics and DBQs. And we're going to talk about guessing strategies. We're going to do everything that we can in the next few hours to not only get some of you guys across the finish line, but those of you that are already going to pass, we're going to see if we can't get you into the higher stratospheres of the Regents exam. I'm raising the roof. Oh yeah, boy. So I think that we're going to give you a couple pieces of advice as we get started to make this worth your while as you follow along. And I know that Regents Prep is kind of dying right now. It's being overloaded. And I know that a lot of the Regents exams, kids are trying to download and the servers are crashing. They're crashing. Boom. Boom. So one thing that I would like you to do is I would like you to tweet, to Facebook, to, I don't know what the hell, Instagram, Vine, whatever the hell you kids do, to shout out this video right now so we can get as many kids in New York State as possible to pass this exam. So I'm relying on you. I am only one person. So let's get started, guys. We're going to start with basically the geography concept. Sorry. We lost the mouse, and I'm going to shout out Mr. McTighe right now. He's hiding behind the camera, and he's helping me out. He's reading your comments. He's going to be giving me messages. He's going to be switching the screen every once in a while as we look at some primary resources and some questions instead of my beautiful face. One thing I'm going to be doing is I have my iPad right here, guys, and what I've already done is I have brought up the 114 things you need to do to pass the exam or things to know. So if you go to the following website, and I can definitely write that down, but certainly you can just Google HipHughes, and if you go to this website, look how 20th century I am. You're just going to go to hipHughes.blogspot.com. And if you go to that website right there, you see that right there? I hope that you can see that right there. Then you're going to be able to pull up the sheet that I have on my screen that I'm going to...
A shot rang out through the morning. The revolution was dawning. It's daunting. They killed us in Lexington, moved on to Concord. But we started putting medal on them like they honored. We were ducking at like some Vietnamese, dressed in brown, bringing
exam when you go there, and you should be good to go. So follow along with that, tweet the site out, and I think we should get started because right now we're on number 0. Number 0, guys. So how's the test break up? It's really simple, guys. You're going to have 50 questions. They're basically in chronological order, meaning starting kind of from the beginning of the course to the end of the course. Right around number 42 or number 43, the questions get very thematic. A lot of connective questions trying to link ideas from the past to kind of current events, and we'll look at those tonight. And then you go right into your essays. That's right, folks, you don't have one essay. You special children in New York State have 2 essays. The thematic essay, and you can stop tweeting me what the thematic essay is. I don't know, all right? I'll tell you my guesses as we go through the evening, but I don't know what it'll be. I really, really don't. I'm certainly going to give you advice, though. And then you answer a series of document questions that are kind of after the primary resource documents. And then based on those documents, which I'll call inside information, and OI, which is outside information, you will bring the world of learning together to write your document-based essay. And we're going to go over all of that tonight and giving you really good advice. So, like I said, you can get the highest grade that your brain is capable of getting right there. How do you like that? My name is Keith Hughes. I teach in Buffalo, New York, but we're going to teach you right now. We're going to facilitate a learning experience. How about that? Okay. So let's talk about geography, and we're going to talk about that very briefly because, while there could be a thematic essay on geography, and we will approach that as we go through different events because there's some really great things that you can write about. The first question, or the first 2 questions, they love a geography question. So I'm going to go over that right now. The 4 basic questions, and maybe Mr. McTighe, you can pull up that color map we were looking at. And we can...
Unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
They like a southern question. The southern question is generally going to be something to do how the geography of the land of the South. But definitely the idea that you have plantation economy down there, cotton is king, is going to lend itself to slavery being very profitable. There's a couple of other questions, and they're pretty simple. One of them is going to be the Mississippi River. I think if you see the Mississippi River on the test, you should just pick it. Like, no matter what they ask, just pick Mississippi River. They love the Mississippi River. Two questions on Mississippi. One is Louisiana Purchase. We'll get to that in a little while. But the other one is that the Mississippi River really is our first western border, along with the Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachian Mountains is going to be a geographical boundary to Manifest Destiny. And then the Mississippi River is going to form basically the west. And we're just going to poke that up there, right there. South, Appalachian Mountains, or the what river? Mississippi, Mississippi River, there you go. All right, let's move on to the course. I'm so excited, guys, I'm shaking. The way that I've always taught colonialism, because now we're going to basically do your colonial questions. And if you're on that sheet that I'm guiding you through, you're basically on number 2. And you can see the sheet, the House of Burgesses, and then mercantilism and triangular trade, and all of that great stuff. But basically, as you follow along that, I'd like to carve out the theme first. And the theme is quite simple. The theme is one of power and of abuse. So the way that we teach this, and if you watch the videos you already know this, is Ike and Tina Turner. Yeah, Ike and Tina Turner, Proud Mary, keep on turning. The reason I use that, and if you're too young to understand that, you can do Rihanna and Chris Brown. But the concept is that England, Great Britain, is in a sense, right, the colonial power. They're the ones with all the power, so they're going to be my Ike Turner. The king is Ike Turner. And the concept is that as colonists, we aren't really free. We're just owned by Ike. Tina is a commodity. Tina is something that isn't free, but rather lives under Ike in Ike's house. So a lot of these concepts that I'm about to teach you, I'll refer. Sometimes I'll switch names. I'll say the king, Ike, and sometimes I'll say Tina Turner, Thomas Jefferson, because the concept and power is the same. So the first thing that we're going to do,
Just a technical timeout.
when you switch screens, the sound turns off. Just giving you a heads up. So
Shorter on the screen.
yeah, I think what they're saying is though, like there's no sound when we switch screens.
Does that lose you?
Yeah, it loses me, it loses
Okay.
the sound. So right now we're not going to switch screens for a while.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks whoever tweeted that. That's awesome. So let's just kind of stick to like talking at you in the camera right now, and you certainly can refer to the sheet that you have in front of you. But the first thing that I always go over is the long-term reasons why the colonists leave Ike Turner, why Tina, the colonist, leaves Great Britain. And those long-term concepts are with the House of Burgesses and the Mayflower Compact. But I'm going to call them M&Ms. Now, I love analogies. Not everybody loves analogies. But if you understand the analogy, you understand the root concept. And I think that's most important. So this is the way the M&M concept works. If you've never had an M&M in your whole life, and then someone comes around and they give you 1 or 2 M&Ms, what do you want as soon as you digest those bad boys? You want another M&M, don't you? So the concept is that as a young woman, as the colonists were very early in their development stages, the House of Burgesses is early 17th century, the Mayflower Compact, the same concept, really, really early. That both of these are the M&Ms. The Mayflower Compact was a contract that was signed basically by the Pilgrims coming over that made an agreement that they would agree, that they would have some type of self-government. I'm getting to my first magic word. I'm getting excited. Their first self-government, their first example of, here's the magic word, a magic word on the test is the answer, representation. Because isn't that what Tina Turner really wants at the end of the day? Representation, the ability to be her own woman. I'm touching myself. Not in a creepy way, guys. So the basic concept here is when the king, when Ike, when the power allows for the Mayflower Compact to go forth, and even though it's going to crumble later down the road and we're going to have other issues, it's that idea that the Pilgrims had an M&M, that they tasted representation, they tasted self-government, they tasted the chocolate that was so sweet that melted in their mouth. That is a long-term cause of the revolution. Once you've had that experience of having that M&M, I don't care how old you get. You could be like 99. You could be like, I remember when I was 5 years old and I had M&M taste so good. That's the concept. Now, the House of Burgesses is probably more of a content-based story, and we're not going to do tons of detail for you tonight. But basically, the concept is that Jamestown, Virginia, early colony, right? John Smith. I'm not doing Pocahontas. I refuse to do Pocahontas. But basically the concept is that the king, that Ike, that Great Britain, allowed Jamestown to have some type of house of representation. This was called the House of, you know it, don't you? Burgesses, the House of Burgesses. And this is short-lived. It's not like huge in terms of the length that it's going to conquer, time here, but it's an M&M. They elect a leader, John Smith. They make decisions. They come together. And in a sense, they are self-sufficient, self-government. They have representation. So that's basically going to take you, geography and the early colonial long-term reasons for Tina leaving Ike. We're building up to a divorce, guys, on the test. If you know those concepts, you're going to get 1, 2, and 3 correct. Now, as we move closer to the Revolution, right, 1776, we started in the early 1600s. We're not doing 200 years here, 150 years. We're just going over major concept. But the next question, they love mercantilism. What's that geometrical shape that they call it? Somebody knows it. I know you know it, don't you? It's called triangular trade or mercantilism. And a lot of times on the test, this is going to be like the 4th or 5th question. So I always get confused. Should I explain it like in a story or like kind of just talking to kids? Let me kind of tell you the historical content first. Basically, mercantilism is an economic system that is going to benefit Great Britain by using Africa and slavery to basically take raw materials from North America to ship them back to Great Britain so they can be processed and manufactured for a profit. And while that's not going to stick for some of you. Some of you are like, yeah, I learned that, I know that. But many of you are like, what the hell is he talking about? How am I going to remember that on the test tomorrow? So I'm going to get into an analogy that might get me in trouble, but I'll use words very, very carefully. The analogy that I think of in my head is that Tina is being used like a woman of the night, let's put it that way. That Tina isn't loved by Ike for what she is as a human being, but what she got. You see my tobacco thighs? Woo! Sexy. And my cotton abs, look at, bam! The concept is is that the King of England, that Great Britain, wants our raw materials. He doesn't want Tina's heart and soul. He wants her tobacco. He wants her cotton. He wants her iron. He wants her raw materials. So if you look at triangular trade and you start in Great Britain and then you go and you take human beings from Africa along the Middle Passage, isn't that nice? Can I talk with the map up?
Nope, take an audio timeout.
Okay, take a really quick timeout. I'm going to shut up. Just look at the map for a second, guys. Boy, that sucked. Let's just talk it out, guys. That basically the Middle Passage that are taking slaves across the Atlantic Ocean, isn't it nice how we say that in a couple sentences, which is the biggest genocide in the history of the world? But those slaves are basically going to take Tina Turner, take her skill, take her raw material, take what she got, and then go back to complete the triangle in Great Britain. So what are the answers on the test? And now, certainly, if you're looking at a Regents exam and you see mercantilism or triangular trade, and I'm not sure if Regents prep is up or not, but if you're looking at my master list, guys, this would be number 3. It says mercantilism, a popular question, and I have a couple of examples up there, and you can check them out. But basically, the 2 really strong answers is it's going to limit the colony's ability to trade, to sell our bodies to who we want. Inappropriate. That's the concept, though, that we can't manufacture and we can't trade. We have to trade with the pimp. I said it. I wasn't supposed to say it, Mr. McTighe. I said it. I said the word. But that's the concept, that we have to trade with Great Britain because they're our colonial master. So what do they get out of it? They get all of our raw materials at a cheap price because they're limiting our ability to trade. And here's the other answer. They manufacture. They make the mo-mo. We're getting robbed, man. And it's that idea that in economics we can't make a profit for ourselves because we're always under the thumb of Ike Turner. So that'll take you through like 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you get that Tina Turner analogy, I don't know if you should write about it like that on the thematic essay, but use it to guide your writing, to get that concept across of power and control, that we are basically, not a full country, that we are under the thumb of another country. I would certainly say 1,000,000 times no taxation without representation. They don't put that question on tons of time, but I think that it's important to understand. Now, colonists were against taxation, right? The only people that are against taxation are like pirates and anarchists. Most people understand that in order to have a functional society, you need some type of taxation. The problem the colonists have is they're not being represented. You hear that R word again? I've said it like 10 times already. You should play a game. Every time I say representation, you should learn. No, but the concept here, guys, is that they're taxing us, they're taking our money, but we can't elect the bums who are taxing us. And then what do? They take our money and they build a bridge in London. How sweet is that, a bridge in London? How would you like if I taxed you and I built a pretty pond in Paris? How's that? Is that sweet? No. But you could vote me out of office. I can't vote them out of office. Now we're building up, guys. We're building up to the breakup. And this is the idea that you want to get, that it's a gradual buildup. It's not overnight. It's not like someone just like, want to get them? Yeah, like get them. It's a long-term process from the Mayflower Compact through the House of Burgesses, through the economic policies of mercantilism and triangular trade, through the concept of no taxation without representation, all the way up to the bada boom, bada bing, the letter. So we're going to jump right into the letter. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what letter I'm talking about? Some of you are nodding. I know my students watching are like, yeah, I know what he's talking about. It's the breakup letter. Do you know what the breakup letter is, guys? It's the Declaration of Independence. How many of you knew that? Counting hands. Wow, a lot of you. Oh. But this is the concept. I think that kids get really confused on the Declaration of Independence because they try to make it fancier than it really is. When you look at it, there's a lot of thous and a lot of those and a lot of, big fancy words in there. But at the end of the day, you want to break it down to concept and idea. The basic concept is that the Declaration of Independence is a, Dear John, dump your ass, I don't love you anymore, I'm leaving the relationship letter. Written by Thomas Jefferson, a.k.a. Tina Turner. This is what this is. Now, to get that letter written, you need the support of the people, right? And we're going to talk about that in a second in order to get the people excited and to get them to want to fight. We're going to talk about the book of Duh, which is a different, textual object. But right now in the Declaration, we basically can break it down to, Dear King, you suck. You violated my natural rights. There's the vocab, guys. Natural rights. Say it 3 times. Natural rights, natural rights, natural rights. This is John Locke. This is Enlightenment. This is like 9th, 10th grade. Look at the connections in your brain bursting, right? But this concept that comes from the Enlightenment, that we are born with natural rights. And the job of the government is to protect those natural rights. So if your government is not protecting your natural rights, and in the Declaration we talk about consent of the governed, and you don't have consent to the governed, what Jefferson said is truly revolutionary. He says that if you don't have consent to the governed, if you didn't pick your government, if your government picked us, picked you, like Ike picked Tina, he was like, yo, you mine. That you didn't pick him. You have a right to leave that relationship if you're being abused, if your natural rights are not being protected. So consent to the governed. We're still in the letter, guys. We're in the Declaration of Independence, the grievance list, the B list of complaints. And the biggest complaint is we don't have consent to the governed. Have you ever heard the old adage, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Do you know that one? Do you know the answer? Because I don't, because I'm not a bird biologist. I have no idea. Go to like ASAP Science. He's got a video, what came first, the chicken or the egg? But in my analogy, the chicken came first because the chicken is the people. The egg is the government. The egg didn't create the chicken created the egg. This is consent of the governed. Now, I'm going to get a little bit inappropriate, right? How does a chicken make an egg? I'll give you a second to think here. You're all jealous because I got my Monster. Don't drink a Monster. Mercantilism. He loves mercantilism. Who is that?
Mike Sullivan.
Oh, Mike Sullivan loves mercantilism. I know Mike Sullivan. Big conservative. He likes mercantilism. I understand. He's a good guy. Okay, so you thought about it. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The people or the government? The people came first. And I asked you, how does that egg get made? It's rooster sex, guys. The chicken got to get down with the rooster. And how do we do that in America? Like a lot of people complain that we, don't have power in America. But at the end of the day, how is the government elected? It's elected by the people. It's elected by the chickens. So on election day, the chickens go into the voting booth and they look at the roosters and they're like, I want to have rooster sex with that rooster. And out of that relationship, we conceptualize, we create the government. Now, when I hear people, and we're not going to get political, but when I hear people like, we should march and overthrow the government. What are you talking about? That's treason. You can pick your government. You might not like the process, but you have an election. You have consent to the governed. So back to the Declaration of Independence, what is Jefferson saying? He's saying, I didn't pick my government. I didn't pick that rooster. That rooster picked me, and I'm done. Because the concept is that if you didn't pick your rooster and your rights are being violated, what do you have a right to do? Tell me. If you're in a bad relationship, what do you have a right to do? Leave. So that's Declaration of Independence. That'll take you through like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're getting farther into the test as we explain away these questions. Now, the next problem is going to come into how do we get support for this revolution? I mean, if I asked you to join the revolution, I was like, hey, get your guns. We're going to go fight. I know a lot of people are like, yeah. But you wouldn't get your gun and walk down Main Street to fight the government. They'd have you in jail before you said, Billy Bob. But so how do I get people to do that back then? Most people are oblivious. They don't really care. They're apathetic. They just want to live their own lives. You got to convince them. How do you get Tina to wake up to the point where she understands that she has to leave Ike? Well, I think in the modern world, what would Tina do? She'd go on Oprah Winfrey, right? Oprah would sit down and be like, girl, you got to get out of that relationship. Read my book, Why to Love Yourself in 10 Different Ways. That was inappropriate too. McTighe, I'm going to get in trouble.
I want to turn the audio off again.
What are we doing for the audio off?
I was kidding.
Oh, you're going to cut me. That was funny. So the concept here, guys, right, is that she needs some type of book. She needs information to tell her it's time to leave. And I call this the book of duh. The book of duh. Like, Tina, duh. What are you doing? Trying it or what? Trade. Tina, don't you remember the House of Burgesses? Tina, M&M's, right? The Mayflower Compact, right? No taxation without magic word, representation. So Common Sense, written by Thomas Paine, 1775-1776, is basically the calling card for the revolution. He's going to garner support for the American colonists to overthrow the King of Great Britain of England, of Ike Turner, to Tina to leave Ike. So there you go, guys. We've gone through the first unit. The first major unit is colonialism. And think about the vocab that you learned. I want you to remember not only the geography concepts of manufacturing north, plantation slave south, Appalachian Mountain, Mississippi, but I want you to go back to the M&M concept. I want you to remember the Mayflower Compact and the House of Burgesses. You might as well just put those two together because it's the same question. I want you to take seriously the concept of mercantilism and triangular trade. And then I want you to get to the breakup. I want you to get to the point where you're ready, as Thomas Jefferson was, to sit down and to write the breakup letter, the grievance list, the Declaration of Independence. Consent to the governed, natural rights, John Locke, right? And at the end of the day, the revolutionary concept that you have a right to overthrow your government if you didn't have a role in choosing it, and it's not protecting your liberty. And then write the book Common Sense, get a group of people, overthrow Great Britain, and you got yourself a country. All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I want you guys to look at some questions, to look at that list. Mr. McTighe is going to throw a song on right now, and that song is called Vocabulary, the group. It's kind of hip-hop United States history, and I think that I can help do that.
Question first.
Who is Tina Turner?
I answer.
Oh, man. Tina Turner. Who's that? Jader Warwick? Jader Wick. What song can we play? Can you play the... Yeah, we expand it. These are a patient bunch, these YouTubers. They don't mind me ducking out of the way to find a song here. So, which one did we play? It's the U.S. Let's play this one.
And I'll continue after.
Okay, 2 minutes, man. Hughes had to take a little break.
Ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
Hey guys, so Princess Mel 96 says, if I pass the Regents tomorrow, will you buy me a monster? I would like to know if you pass the Regents tomorrow, why you wouldn't be buying me the monster. We'll see about that. All right, a couple of people have been tweeting and leaving comments about the sheet that I keep referring to. So I wish I could just throw it up, but I can't leave a website in the comments on YouTube. So what I want you to do is just to Google HipHughes. Just go to Google, type in HIPHUGHES, HipHughes, and then you're going to see a site that is for hiphughes.blogspot.com. It's probably the first one that comes up. Right on top where there's stars, you'll see 114 things you better know. That's the sheet that I keep talking about. That's hyperlinked not only to multiple choice, but to other videos. And I want to remind you out there, if you're really weak in some of these topics, we have 20 hours of video review, and certainly the test is tomorrow morning, so there may be a little cray-cray, but you certainly have that option, and certainly we want you to tell other people maybe they can watch them next year. You're probably like, I wish they knew in the beginning of the year.
Kids asked about this.
Yeah, we're going to get to all this. These are great requests. Emancipation Proclamation, Dawes Act, Reagan, Bill Clinton.
Those are the numbers on the review sheet.
Oh, okay, yeah, and yeah, definitely we're going to get to all that great stuff. So let's continue with the course, and I think if you're joining us, this is going to be uploaded. You can watch the rest later, but I keep asking for favors, right? So definitely tweet this out. If you could jump on Facebook for a second and push it out. Let's see if we can't fill this room up and get lots of kids to do well on the exam. But we had gotten up to the point of common sense, the book of Duh, the first book of Duh, which gets Tina Turner off her couch and gets her to finally leave that bum. Or maybe it's the whisper in the ear of Rihanna that makes her wake up to her senses to get out of that relationship with Chris Brown. I don't know what I'm talking about when I talk about that, though. All right, so the next concept that I would like to get across to you guys, can you turn the speaker down a little bit? Is the Articles of Confederation. How fun is that to say? Watch, you ready? The Articles of Confederation. So let's go through concept first, and this is a really great thing to know, not only for the multiple choice, but really to give you kind of like a groundwork, a foundation of why we build the U.S. Constitution the way that we do. Now first you need to know that the Articles of Confederation is a constitution. So why don't you just call it that from now on until the day you die? Just say it. You ready? The Articles of Confederation Constitution. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? But that's what it is. And a constitution is a rule book. It's how you play the game. And in order to understand how we play the game today, you want to understand how we played the game the first time and what mistakes we made and how we tried to revise those mistakes. So let's start with another analogy. We're going to stick with the Tina Turner analogy, right? With the Rihanna analogy, if she ever left him. But the concept is that once you get out of that bad relationship, and look, there might be a Revolutionary War question, I don't know. The concept basically is we should have got our ass kicked and we didn't. We didn't because we wanted it more and we had home field advantage. And we outlasted them. I mean, they wore red coats in the woods. I mean, how stupid can you be? But we're really not going to get into that because it's not huge on the exam. I want to get into the new relationship because Tina can't live on her own. Now, when is the mama getting pregnant concept? Not yet. I'm getting there. Mama's going to get pregnant real soon. But the concept basically of the Articles of Confederation is it's like our first spouse. Look, the first marriage was annulled, right? The Ike Turner, Tina Turner thing was never a real marriage because they didn't have our consent. So that wasn't a government of the United States. That was a government of Ike Turner. But now that we're on our own, we need a new husband, a new wife, a new spouse. And the concept is, because if you don't have one, if Tina's like, I was going to live by myself, then you're a bloody anarchist again. You need a government. So ask yourself, if you were in a bad relationship for 200 years, and you had black and blue eyes, and you got the limp because you got beat so bad, who are you going to date? Come on, go to the dating place, fill out the form, and it says, what kind of man are you looking for? Strong, weak. Which one would you choose with the experiences that you just got off the Oprah show, for God's sakes? You choose weak. And you've already learned the multiple choice answer. I'm going to say it 3 times. And you don't have to agree with this. I've had libertarians argue and say, no, this was the best constitution ever. Maybe so, but we're teaching history. We're teaching like where we were and how we came. So the concept is simple. Say it 3 times. The Articles of Confederation sucked because the feds were too weak. The Articles of Confederation, our first Constitution, sucked because the federal government was too weak. Now, I've just realized that I need to teach you like the biggest word on the test. The biggest word on the test, other than representation, that's a great word. Raising the roof for representation. And there's other great words I'm going to get to. But the actual biggest word is what form of government we have. What form of government do we have? Think about that for 3 seconds as I pick up a piece of paper. How many of you said democracy? All right, don't show up tomorrow. If you said a democracy, just stay home. Like sleep in, watch some cartoons, get a big like bowl of cereal, maybe some like, Frankenberry, and just shove it in your face because you're going to fail. We're not a democracy. We're going to find out as we go through this lecture that we have very little democracy built into the government. So, it's a system called federalism. And I'm going to grab a little piece of pen paper here, and I'm going to write power. Because at the end of the day, that's what government is. Government is power. We, the people, have power, and we take that power through a representational government, and we represent it, right? So the concept is, and Mr. McTighe, you can throw up the screen so I can see what I'm doing. But the concept is that our government is federalism. And federalism, very simply, right, here we go, is the division of power between the new spouse, the federal government, and the people. But the people are in states, so we say the states. Say it again. Federalism is the division of power between the feds and the states. Do it again. Federalism is the division of power between the federal government and the states. It's that relationship that forms the family. So in the Articles of Confederation, this is how it was ripped, and this is so important to understand. We've already said that mantra. You got to understand the Articles. The Articles of Confederation sucked because the feds were too weak. Now, look at this is an analogy that I'm not in love with, but it works. At the end of the day, if we're a family, this country, right? It's in a sense like we have 50 individuals that are states. And these individuals have certain rights, and we're going to talk about that. They're called reserved rights, and they're very, very important. But what unites them? What unites these 50 people? Why aren't they strangers? Because they share something in common. They're in the same family, and they come together and they basically elect a leader, like a father or a mother of that family. And I know that it's not like, dad and children, but it's that concept that the federal government, in a sense, is the parents of the United States. So under the Articles of Confederation, federalism was divided between the feds and the states. And this is the problem, that this can't run this, that this is too powerful in order to keep this running the country. So under the Articles of Confederation, let's look at some content. Why did the feds suck? Because they were so weak? Well, for instance, there was only one branch of government. You only had a legislative branch. Each state elected one person. That one person represented the state. The 13 people would come together, and they were the government. In order to pass a law, it took 9 of the states to agree. 9 out of 13. Come on, get 13 friends together. Go to the donut store and get 9 of you to agree on a donut. Good luck. And in fact, we're going to learn under the Articles of Confederation, there's only one major law that was passed. And now, I know a lot of you are waiting for mom to get pregnant. Oh, mom will get pregnant. That's coming. That's the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. But they can't run the country because they can't pass laws. So somebody would say, well, why don't they just change the Articles of Confederation? Amend it, right? To amend it, you needed 13 out of 13. No. You can't change it. It's like a rock. It's like, we're going to go change the rock. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's a rock. So the Articles of Confederation is inflexible. It has one branch of government, and the federal government has very little power. What power does it not have? There's no president. That's the one branch thing, right? There's no real army. There's no coinage of money. There's no taxation power. There's no mandated delegated like taxation power. They can't tax the states. The states don't have to pay. They can't declare war. I mean, come on. If the aliens come down and start eating babies and go, take me to your leader, you can't fight him and you can't take him to your leader. The Articles is going down like a clown. Now, before I say the one good thing, and this lecture is called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Very little good, a lot of bad, and a lot of ugly. We talked about the concept of inflexibility. So how does it end? Well, it ends at something called Shays' Rebellion. And Shays' Rebellion, in a nutshell, is like a mini revolution. You have these farmers in Massachusetts that are very, very upset. Daniel Shea, he was a farmer in western Pennsylvania, and he's pissed. He's pissed because he took one for the country, right? He went to war, Revolutionary War, got shrapnel like in his shoulder, he's walking around in pain, and he feels as though his taxes aren't being used to benefit his life at all. That he's a farmer, he's going bankrupt, all the power is in wealthy, the other side of the state. So he's hearing the words of Thomas Jefferson, right? No taxation without representation, you should go overthrow them. The tree of liberty shall be replenished with the blood of patriots and tyrants. So he goes down to the Capitol with the guns and such, and the people that are in power, the elite, the wealthy, the governors, and, his henchmen, they flip out. They see Daniel coming with the army, they're like, "Doh!" So they grab the phone. They're like, "Yo, Congress, help!" Beep. "We're sorry. The number that you dialed doesn't exist." And this is the concept of why the Articles of Confederation failed. Because when this was in trouble and it asked this for help, didn't happen. So basically, the people that are in power, and if you're an elite theorist and you believe in this concept of economic interpretation of the Constitution, it's the idea maybe that they're threatened by the masses, that Daniel Shea represents the masses, and if we let the masses have too much power, then we're going to lose control of maybe our property and maybe our wealth and maybe our status. But either way, they try to revise the Articles, right? They try to come together, they try to come up with a plan, and it falls apart. They can't agree. Rhode Island wouldn't even show up. And at the end of the day, this is why the Articles of Confederation failed, because it was inflexible and you couldn't change it, and you needed to start over. You needed to go back to square one. You needed to write a new how many of you know what I'm going to say? A new Constitution. Now, I'm going to do one law for you now. The one law that was passed under the Articles that's worth its weight. And that's the, oh yeah, it's the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. And the concept is simple. I'm saying it like a cray-cray person. Why? Because I'm saying it in a way where I'm trying to get kids to remember, oh yeah, Mama on and got pregnant. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787. And the concept is this. The concept is that manifest what? You know this term, right? Manifest destiny. Can't happen unless there's a process. The family of the United States can't grow unless there's a process, an adoptive process, a pregnancy process, some way to add children. Remember the children analogy? Federalism is the division of power between the feds and the states. If you want more states, you need a process. And that's the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. Quite simply, what it did was it came up with a numerical way where a territory with a certain amount of population could apply to the United States to be a state and then join the Union. This is what allows us to grow. This is what allows us to become a family of 50. This is what allows manifest destiny to occur. So it's actually really, really important. But if you look, and I'm looking at my sheet right here, and if you go on that sheet on HipHughes, and you're looking at, what number would we be at? We're on number 11 now, right? There's a couple questions, and you can hopefully open them up, and you can see that they all revolve around that concept of family growing, of new states being added. So when you hear it on the test, when you read it and you think, oh my, the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, however shall I remember that? What is that? You go, oh yeah. All right, so we're going to move on at this point to something that's really, really important on the exam, and that's the Constitution. If you've been to Regents Prep, right? regentsprep.org, which is probably, boom, crashed. But if you go into the Formation of Government section, yeah, it did crash. Mr. McTighe is telling me, off with their heads, it's gone. So now you just got me yelling at you. But definitely on HipHughes, there's a Prentice Hall site down on the help button on the bottom. But we want you to go to that sheet and at least look at these major concepts. So let's do it. Let's start over. Let's take the Articles of Confederation. Be done with it, right? And now let's get a new piece of paper and start anew. Start fresh, writing the constitution that we have at the Constitutional Convention. That's what the Constitutional Convention is. Okay, guess we got to start over. Let's write some new rules. That's the concept. That's the Constitutional Convention. So number one, 1787, Philadelphia, right? They're getting together in the hot summer, and they're going to write this darn thing out and form a new government. Now, one of the most important things is basically going to be how to rip this paper. Like, how much power do you give to the feds? How do you have power to the states? And how do you basically do two things at one time? That's what the Constitution does. On one sense, this is the major concept, the Constitution allows for flexibility. It allows us to grow as a nation, to change our mind, to add things to the Constitution, to pass laws that maybe weren't thought of early on because of technology or whatever. And at the same time, limit the growth of the federal government. Protect the individual, right? John Locke, natural rights. Preserve rights for the states so decisions can be also localized. It's this balance. I use the Goldilocks analogy a lot. I'm switching my glasses. These glasses suck. I wore them because of the lights, but they just keep sliding off and I feel stupid. So you might have to look at the lights in my eyes, but Jimmy cracked corn, I don't care. So back to the major concept, that how do we do that? How do we make everybody happy? And we're going to basically go over right now 3 major compromises. You want vocab? I got to be louder? I can be louder. Really? Can we turn the sound up on this thing here? Like if we turn that up maybe a couple little notches, that little dot right there.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, go up a little bit. We got you guys. We're going to go louder. How's that? Is that better? Somebody leave a comment. Is that Twitter or comments?
That was from her. That's her.
What's that? Forever a believer. I get it.
Yeah.
It's that Justin
Justin.
Bieber thing. These kids, they like the Bieber, I guess. Some of them do. They do. Okay, is that better? Here, Mr. McTighe, let's see if she responds. Go back to that, reply to your tweet. Tell Mr. McTighe if you can hear me better. And if not, I won't know. All right, we're doing 3 compromises. Are you ready for your 3 compromises? Get ready, man. Here we go. I wish my green screen worked. The first one is going to be called the Great Compromise. And I know all of you out there who are afraid you're going to fail. You're like, yeah, I heard that. Yeah. I remember a teacher was yelling about that one. Yeah, I don't know what it means. Then we're going to do 3/5 compromise. And then we're going to do the anti-Fed compromise. And these are so much fun. So in a compromise, and this is great essay, man. You want an essay? Everyone's like, what are you going to write about in the essay? If you get an essay on some type of compromise concept, this is what you write about. The first major obstacle is going to be, how do we make states that are largely populated happy, and at the same time make states that have no limited populations happy? How do we satisfy both of them at the same time? So what is this compromise about? Can anybody really quick tweet or leave the comment? Oh, she said it's thumbs up, the Bieber likes it, yeah! Leave the comment. What's the magic word? What is the compromise going to be about? Let's see, who tweets it first? Are they tweeting or commenting?
Both.
Both? Who gets it first? What's the magic word? Say the magic word. I'm not doing anything until I get the magic word. Bumpa-lumpa-lumpa-lumpa-nanza. Bumpa-lumpa-lum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. The magic word. Everybody start. No? Somebody's got to type it. That's ridiculous. I'm going to turn off the YouTube.
Oh, it's going to take a minute for them to hear.
Oh, it takes a minute for you to hear it. That's why there's like 60 seconds lag. I get it. Okay, it's representation. I got to move on, right? I'm just joking. I joke all the time. It's over representation. So the Great Compromise is going to be basically over what's Congress going to look like. Remember the Articles of Confederation, right? How many did each state get? They got 1 person. So I think the states that are larger, like Virginia is very heavily populated back in 1787. They're like, we're not doing that again. We're not going to have like a gillion people and have 1 vote and then have this state like, New Jersey's got like 3 guys and they get 1 vote. That's not fair. My voice should be louder in the family because I got more peeps. And then on the other side, you have New Jersey going, now wait a minute, Mr. Virginia. If we base it on population, if we base representation on population, no one will ever hear me. I'll be like the one boy in the family of 30 girls. I'll never get to do anything I want, for goodness sakes. So how do you make them both happy? How do you make the boys, the large populated states, happy, and at the same time make the girl, the small state populated, happy at the same time? Becca 56590 representation. You get a free monster. It'll be in the mail. Just be home, because if you're not home, they're going to ship it back to me. You got to sign for it, and you got to be 18, and you got to pay shipping and handling. My dog's barking. All right. So, make them both happy, Mr. Hughes. Make a great Compromise. All right, that's what it is. It's called the Connecticut Compromise because Connecticut is the state that brokered the deal. And I wasn't joking with Virginia and New Jersey. There was a Virginia plan and a New Jersey plan. So how do we make them both happy? We give them both what they want. Come on, you guys know this. How many houses in Congress are there? There's 2. When you go into Congress, it's like left, right. Big states, you be happy in the House. The House of what? Representation. And what's the House of Representation based on? I'm going through Regents' question like a gangster right now. Pay attention, guys. How do you figure out population in a state? Do you know the vocab for that? Starts with a C, right? The census. Why do you do a census? Why the hell do you care how many people live in each state? Because you got to figure out the papa for the rah-rah. You got me? You got to figure out the population for the representation. And this goes to electoral college. This is how we elect the president. Some states have mad representation. California, I think they got like 51 or 52 House members. 54, Mr. McTighe says. 54, right? How many do you think Wyoming gets? Let me give you a hint. Let me itch my eye. They have 1. So the House of Representation uses the census every 10 years and then figures out the allocation, just in case everybody in Cali moved to Wyoming. In 10 years, Wyoming would get all that representation. 55 for California. The number just keeps getting higher and higher. So that's the Great Compromise. The Great Compromise is related to so much great vocabulary. It's related to the House of Representation, 435 members that are given out by population based on representation. Say it the other way around. Representation based on population, right? You know the census, you know that idea. And now you know the Senate. The Senate, everybody gets 2. New Jersey's like, yeah! Because they get 2, but they don't deserve 2, but they get 2. So they can feel like they're happy in the family of federalism. How about that, right? So let's guess electoral numbers. Because your electoral number, right, is your House of Representation number plus your senators. And you know how many senators everybody gets? Because everybody gets how many senators? So how many electoral votes does Wyoming get? You think they know it, Mr. McTighe? Yeah, you think they know it. It's 3. Go look at an electoral map. Go to Google, type electoral map, right? You'll see all these maps pop up with numbers on them. And look at all the states with 3. They're all states that have no peeps in them. So there you go. There's the Great Compromise. We're going to keep moving this train along because we can't be up till midnight now, can we? And we're on about question 6, 7, 8 right now. We have a long way to go. So the next compromise springs forth from the first compromise. That's right. The first births the second. Because now I have to count peeps. So this is, definitely controversial. It's not controversial. It just sucks. It's bad. It's evil. It's a stain on the Constitution, and it doesn't exist anymore. But they're on the Regents exam, and you need to know the answer. I'm sweating. I'm wiping my eyes. I got to lose a little weight, so maybe this sweat will be good. It's like a workout.
Mental workout.
It's a mental workout. I want to take my jacket off, but I never take my jacket off. I like my jacket. Does everybody know who that is? Who's that? Johnny Cash. That's awesome. Okay, so let's go down south. Because the next compromise happens when we have to start figuring out how we count people. And I don't want to appear like I'm trying to use an accent that disparages anybody. But I definitely want you to think about who's counting, right? Somebody's counting, right? Someone's counting down maybe in the great state of Mississippi. And what I'm starting to do is I'm starting to have a problem when I'm counting because I don't know how to count certain people, if you know what I'm talking about back then. So when I look at a white individual, I'm going to count 1. And now the question becomes over that slave, that African American who's serving bondage, who's been stolen from their continent, has barely lived through the Middle Passage, and now is being basically worked to death in the worst possible circumstances ever. And now the Southerner wants to count them. He's like, the slave counts. 1, 2, 3. I got lots of slaves. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why does he want to count all his slaves? Come on, row, papa. Say it a million times. Why does he count the slaves? For the first time in the history of this guy's life, he's like, black people aren't real. They're not human beings. They ain't like us. Till he's counting people for representation. Why? Because he wants more power. He wants Mississippi to get mad representation. And isn't it ironic? Isn't it ironic, don't you think, that he's going to use that representation to go to Congress to pass laws to keep the slave enslaved. It's the North that's going, oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't count slaves. Number one, we don't got none. So we ain't going to get any more population and representation, but it's just not fair. And then you're going to outweigh our power in the South, in Congress, and you're going to pass laws that favor you using your black representation where they're not even citizens. What up with that? That ain't all right. So, 3/5 compromise. Can you figure it out? Isn't that sick? 3/5 compromise. So when I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, when I'm counting slaves, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. I'm getting confused. Every 5 equals 3 people. Why? Because it's the census and we need to know. All right, we're going to move on. So we've done great compromise and we have done the 3/5 compromise. And now we're working our way to the beast, which is the Bill of Rights. The last compromise comes when the Constitution is being attempted to get ratified. Ratified means passed, by the way. Like, yo, ratify that sucker. And some people are like, whoa, hold up, babe. I don't think so. We're not quite ready. So you have a group of people. I'm starting political parties. How about that? Unwritten Constitution. We're early in this lecture. But basically, I have the political party that's going to be known as the Federalists. Like George Washington, John Marshall, Alexander Hamilton. I'm going to call them my Schwarzeneggers. I'm even going to give the middle name Schwarzenegger. Alexander Schwarzenegger Hamilton. And he was for ratification because he likes power. He wants the federal government, the central government, to have lots of power for economic reasons. So he and James Madison write the Federalist Papers. This is the second book of Duh. The second book of Duh is, you got to pass the Constitution. What are you, stupid? We need a stronger government. We need a government to be the glue of our family. Glue. I was going to say WD-40, but that's opposite. And that's the concept of the Federalist Papers and the Federalist Party. They want to ratify this Constitution. They want to move on. They want strong power. And they want the United States to be nationalistic, to grow, to be a strong country. And then you have the Thomas Jeffersons of the world, the Tina Turners, who are like, whoa, hold on. I've dated men like that. It doesn't work out. So there's no way I'm going out with that guy. I'm not marrying that guy. Not unless you give me a can of mace and a gun. You know what that is, guys? Now, number one, that's going to be the anti-federalists, the group that eventually will form the political party, the Democratic Republicans under Thomas Jefferson, that are going to be states' rights orientated. Look what we've just gone and done. Federalism is the division of power between the feds, the Federalist Party, and the states, the anti-feds, the Democratic Republicans. We've just created our political parties. And what the anti-feds say is no freaking way. I'm not going to sign that thing if I don't have my rights being protected. Do you know what that is? Whoop. Do you know what that is? It's the Bill of Rights, baby. I wish I had my shield. I had a shield and I lost it. It's not in here. It's probably at school. It was awesome, though. And the shield said the Bill of Rights. You give me a shield. So if Ike, the new Ike, starts punching me in the face, I can at least block him. So if the federal government, I don't know, creates a humongous institution that spies on us, that we have something that we can garner up to fight back against the government, to protect our natural what? Bam! Our natural rights. John who? Locke. That's the concept. So the Bill of Rights is what is eventually agreed to. And with that, the Constitution is ratified. Now, I have to do the Bill of Rights with you. We got to do the Bill of Rights because it could be an essay, could be thematic. I don't think it'll be DBQ, but it's definitely possible, a couple multiple choice questions in there as well. So we're going to use our hands, and not in a creepy way, to remember the fundamental Bill of Rights ones, the amendments that are going to be on the test. We don't have time to do all 10, so we're just going to stick to maybe the 5 biggest ones. So let's use our hands, and the first thing that I would ask you to do is I would ask you to show me how many fingers you'd put up if I went to punch you in the face, right? So if I go to punch, I would hope you'd go like at least like that. You wouldn't be like, stop. Stop. You'd put all 10 fingers out, and that's the concept. The Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. What's an amendment? It's something we add on, because that sucker was done. They were trying to ratify it, and the anti-Fed said, no freaking way, not unless you tack on 10 new amendments that make me happy. So we're going to use our fingers. We're going to use our hands. So here we go. First Amendment. I always do First Amendment with one finger, and I always remember that there are 5 fundamental freedoms in the First Amendment. So you flash your hand, you go, okay, First Amendment, 5 freedoms. So I know my kids that are watching out there know this, but see if you can figure it out. We're going to go boom, 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 boom. You see that? Boom, 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 boom. These are our 5 freedoms, guys. And I'm doing these in a nutshell, all right? They're much more layered and technical than we're doing with our fingers here. First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of, and I guess from, religion, like I'm pointing to kind of the universal question, right? Freedom of press, like I'm writing in a newspaper. Freedom of assembly, like, no, let's all get in a corner and be mad. Let's have a meeting at my house, right? And protest, sometimes I'll call it the Martin Luther King finger, or maybe the muckraker finger, or the lobby finger, trying to change your government. So there we go. Look at that. This is happening. Oh my goodness, on the green screen. That's what every kid's doing. They're like, look at this idiot. Right? Here we go. Right? So let's do it together. You ready? Freedom of, freedom of, freedom of, freedom of, freedom to. There you go. You got that. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, press, assembly, petition, or protest your government. The Second Amendment is so dumb, if you don't know it, you should not go to school tomorrow. You use your thumb and your index finger, and you have the right to bear arms. And certainly that's more complicated than everybody has the right to bear any arm they want. An arm would be a nuclear weapon. You can't have nuclear weapons. But certainly everybody has the right to defend themselves. And it's been decided by the Supreme Court that that right can be regulated, but ultimately you have the right to defend you and your family. You can with a firearm. So the right to bear arms, right? The Third Amendment we don't do, quartering, don't worry about it. Fourth Amendment, very easy. You just take your 4 fingers as such, just curl them like this. You ready? Oh, hit the po-po! Search warrants. How easy is that, right? Search warrants based on probable cause. And we're not going to get into current events because every bone in my body wants to talk about the NSA and the surveillance and the leak and the wiretapping and the oh my gosh. Talk about current events and in the news. Man, you should read the news or you should just go away. No, don't go away. Stay. We're going to help you pass even if you don't watch the news. Fifth Amendment, you have the right to what? The right to remain silent. And that concept is you can't be a witness against yourself. There's other stuff in there. Groovy grand jury, man, you know, and good stuff. Sixth Amendment, speedy trial, right? You also have the right to an attorney and a jury of your peers, but the concept is trial, speedy trial. Eighth Amendment, I do double nooses. There's no cruel and unusual punishment. We don't have time for that. And for the 10th Amendment, I don't have a chair. I don't have a chair. So I'm going to use a pretend chair. I wish I could do origami. Because if I could do origami, wouldn't that be cool if I was just like, and I had a chair. But we could do like a lawn chair. It's kind of like a chair. Isn't that like a chair? So what I do in class for the 10th Amendment, and this is a good way to remember it, I don't think I can do it. I'm going to try and kick the chair. Can I do it? Oh, son of a poop. That didn't work out, did it? I kick a chair. I really did fall, too. How about that? I think I hurt my back. But seriously, I think of it this way. The 10th Amendment is like the last seat in the Bill of Rights. It's the last one. So I think in my mind it's like the last chair in a restaurant that you're saving for somebody. So that is called the reserved chair. Go back to federalism, guys. Federalism is the division of power between the feds and the states. You notice how I ripped them a little bit different? The feds are a little bit bigger. And the concept is this. Remember, reserved for the states. Watch this. All the power in the Constitution, all the power in the rule book that's given to the parents of the family, that's called delegated power. So think about, like, what can the federal government do? Well, the federal government can, what? Declare war. The federal government can regulate interstate commerce. The federal government can run post offices and coin money. That's delegated power. That's power that the Constitution gives to the government. And the 10th Amendment concept is, if it's not in the rules, if it's not in the Constitution, if you didn't say you can do it, who gets to do it? Tina. That's right, the states get to do it. So take something, for instance, like, I don't know, I'm a teacher. What about Mr. McTighe? What do you think? Education, right? That education, right, is not in the Constitution. So therefore, who should really be running education? Who should be coming up with the ideas that run the schools? The states. But, you know, we know the feds do that a little bit, right? Reserve powers. Reserve powers like elections. States run elections. Reserve powers like marriage. States run marriage. And we could talk about later in gay marriage and how the 14th Amendment is going to kind of collide with the 10th Amendment. But that's the concept of the 10th Amendment. So we go back to the original concept that we started talking about, right? The Constitution is built to expand federal power, to run the family effectively, to make us able to grow and, you know, change. And at the same time, we're going to limit federal power. And the first way you do that is with what amendment? Kick a chair, reserved powers. Reserved powers to the states. So just run through those amendments really quick. You have your 5 freedoms of the first. You have the Second Amendment, which is the arms. You have the Fourth Amendment, the popo with the search warrants. Fifth Amendment, the right to remain silent. The Sixth Amendment, speedy trial. I wish I had one for the Eighth Amendment. I just don't. I used to draw, Mr. McTighe, do you have an Eighth Amendment one? The double nooses? Yeah, that never works. They're little. Some of the kids are dummies, man. They just can't remember it. You take double nooses, like you're going to hang somebody, and you turn the other one upside down so you get the 8, and then you are at least on the road to death. It's no cruel or unusual punishment. I love the word or, right? You can be cruel as long as you're not unusual. And you can be unusual with your punishment as long as you're not cruel. And then, of course, 10th Amendment, kick a chair. That's a really great one to be able to write about. All right, so let's talk a little bit before we move on into Washington and the Federalist and start moving this puppy along so we can eventually get to, you know, 20th century. Wouldn't that be a dream? Let's do this and take a 2-minute break. The concept of flexibility and limitation, because that's an essay. I can see that essay. Mr. McTighe, that's an essay, right?
Yes.
That's definitely an essay, yeah. The concept of flexibility and limitations. So let's talk about limitations because you already know one. What amendment? 10th Amendment, very good. What are the other limitations? Well, certainly you have 2 big ones. You have separation of powers. So in order to get anything done, it's not just one branch that deals with public policy, but you have 3 branches. So it's like you have 3 brains. So if you're walking to the store and you're like, I'm going to get an ice cream cone. I'm hungry. You can't just get the ice cream cone because the other part of your brain goes, you're on a diet, don't have the ice cream. And the other one just go, oh, run in the street naked. You have 3 brains, so you have to get all 3 branches, in a sense, on the same page in order to move public policy along. Very difficult to do. Ask President Obama, right? Obama has the executive branch. He has half of the legislative branch, right? And he can't do anything because that legislative branch is one of those brains that has to work together. Very good. Checks and balances, which goes with separation of powers, which is like sometimes it looks like a Three Stooges marathon. Right? Curly, Larry, and Moe, and they're slap-sticking each other in the head because you have all of these ways to check power. So for instance, and you know the major ones, and another really, really great tool that I'll ask you to use, I'll even show you. Do this. We can't switch the screen. We really wanted to switch the screen for you guys, but we can't do that. So what I would like to do is show you, if you go to HipHughes history, we could just do it this way. This is gangster. And don't press the button here because it turns the iPad off. Right? Here's HipHughes, right? Up on top, right? Go down to the bottom. And then you'll see a little link that says, click here for master check and balance chart. It's right above last year's cram video. Look at that when I'm talking. If you look at that, you can see lots of checks and balances in here. And we're going to talk a little bit about each branch in a second. But I could go on forever, right? So basic stuff. Legislative branch passes laws, right? To pass a law, you need the House and the Senate to pass the law. The law then goes to the president, who can either sign the law or can veto the law, can X the law out. We'll do executive power in a second. But then what happens? The law goes back to the legislative branch, and with 2/3 majority, it can move on, unless it's declared unconstitutional by the judicial branch, which comes from Marbury versus Madison. This isn't easy, or it's complicated to get anything done, right? A treaty. And we're going to talk about how Washington was very weary of foreign relations with other countries. So to get a treaty done, you need the president to sign the treaty. And some people will be like, oh, we got a treaty, yay, sign the treaty, yay. You got to go back to the Senate, and then the Senate has to pass it with a 2/3 majority, which is like really, really hard to do. Ask Woodrow Wilson after the Treaty of Versailles. The idea of checks and balances at its root is to make sure we don't have a demagogue, that we're not following an Ike Turner again, but to make sure that the government's power is limited, to make sure that it can't run rampant, that it can't go cray-cray. So get your checks and balances down, get the 10th Amendment down, get separation of powers down, and you have the limitations on government. Now I got to take a break in a second here, but just really quickly, go to the other side of the coin, right? We are not in 1787 anymore, right? If we didn't have flexibility, cars wouldn't have to have seatbelts. I mean, maybe some states would have some seatbelts and some states would have no seatbelts. So we have federal power expand, and there's 3 basic answers. First is the elastic clause. That's just stupid. It sounds stretchy. I mean, if you can't figure that out, then you shouldn't go to school tomorrow. The elastic clause states that Congress, in order to implement its power, can pass all laws necessary and proper. And that's going to be a guessing strategy, never to pick the word all, because you don't know whether all of anything is true. But that's what the elastic clause says. Congress shall pass all laws necessary and proper. And that gives them tremendous flexibility down the road. Interstate Commerce Clause, right? The Interstate Commerce Clause states that if you have some type of public policy issue that is between states, like a river run forth through it, or you're building a bridge between states, that the federal government can regulate that item. Think of interstate commerce this way. There's nothing about drugs in the Constitution, right? There's nothing about marijuana or cocaine or anything like that. So you would think, kick a chair, who should have the power to regulate it? Kick a chair, it's reserved for smart kids out there. You're like the states, right? So states like Colorado should be able to legalize marijuana if they want to. But you still can get arrested by the federal government. Why? The federal government uses the argument that that drug can flow between states quite easily. Therefore, it gives them the right to regulate it. Therefore, the federal government is using the Interstate Commerce Clause to expand its power beyond its original intention. Use that.
Are we frozen? That's what a couple kids are saying.
Are we frozen? I don't think we're frozen. I think some kids have slow connections.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they're just slow kids. Some kids are a little slow, you know? They're fast in other areas of life, that's for sure. Just joking. Let's wrap this up with one more big one, all right? The other flexibility that I would like you guys to get would be the amendment procedure. So let's do this and take a break. I got to take a break. Ready? Do this with me. Ba-bum-ba-ba-bum-ba-bum-ba-bum-ba-bum. Ba-bum-ba-ba-bum-ba-bum-ba-bum. And now say this. 2/3 of both houses, 3/4 of all states. 2/3 of both houses, 3/4 of all states. This is the amendment procedure. This is how you change the Constitution. Sometimes I call it the pencil and the eraser because you can write new amendments. We're going to talk about amendments after the break. And you can erase things that you want to get rid of in the Constitution by getting, watch, federalism is the division of power between 2/3 of both houses in the federal government. You got to get 2/3 majority in the House, 2/3 majority in the Senate, and then you got to go to 3/4 of the states, and then you can change the Constitution. Is that easy to do? Hell no! We only have 27 amendments, and the first 10 came with a deal. We've only changed the Constitution 17 times, but it's not the Articles of what? That's right, it ain't the Articles of Confederation Constitution, because at least we changed a wee bit. All right, guys, I hope that you're learning, because I'm doing it. I'm sweating. We're working for you.
Shout out, goodbye.
Who's that?
Just say goodbye, or shout out to them. They said
Magic Cloud? Magic Cloud! I'm raising the roof for Magic Cloud. Look at that, raising the roof. All right, guys, we're going to take a little break, and we have a song for you. Dig in the vocabulary. So we have to
I was
find.
going to do Johnny Cash.
Oh, I got to do the vocabulary. Where's the vocabulary? I got it. There it is. I passed it. ELO. Fatboy Slim. Vocabulary. Let's do Ghosts of the Civil War. Let's do old dead white men. Old dead white men. I'm an old dead white man. No, I'm an OAWM. That's old alive white man. Check this out, guys. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay. Vocabulary. Vocabulary. Y'all know what this is. It's your boy. E to the E.
Where's the YouTube page?
You know we got Mr.
Oh, got
Robinson.
400 or something.
You were up to
Yeah, check it. Yo,
close to
yo, we
365.
step up in the house, people call for joy. But it slaves be thinking they gon' jump this boy. Spitting all that hypocrisy, talk about equality. Brothers who ain't picking up his cotton properly. Want people to choose their religion like Tim Sum. Other prayers too powerful like King
I
Kong.
couldn't see the number last time, but after the registration, 13,000 after the year. So I was estimating 2,000.
Mapped the whole West, came home, Lewis killed himself, he was depressed. Who gonna mess with him? He go by Thomas Jefferson, the dude who drafted the Independent Declaration. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tolerance, alright? O-D-W-M, 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 we're talking about some old dead white man. O-D-W-M, 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 we're talking about some old dead white man. There's a thin line between a hater and a lover. Burr and Hamilton running for governor, but not for cover, they do it. Hamilton missed the mark like Crystal Pepsi. Burr shot him in the face like Dick Cheney. What's amazing, kid, is what came after it. Burr tried to form United States of Aaron Burr. Dog caught, tried for treason, gave many reasons. Washed his hands, jumped there to France. Jefferson chilling in Paris, thinking lofty thoughts. One of his listening slaves steals his heart. She's dressed in yellow, she says hello. You probably noticed me in the fields of Monticello. Jefferson and Sally Hemings sitting in the tree. M-A-K-I-N-G, many babies. First comes scandal, then comes bone. Now Jefferson got his face on Mount Rushmore. O-D-W-M, O-D-W-M, M-O-D-W-M. We're talking about some old dead white man. O-D-W-M, O-D-W-M, M-O-D-W-M. We're talking about some old dead white man. Like Johnny Cochran, my room doctrine says Europe don't come a knocking. Don't mess with our continent, we ought to get a fence around all of South America to keep the people out of it. All in the era of good feelings, but they wrong. White men getting richer than Enron, they stepping on Indians. Women and blacks, era of good feeling doesn't come with the facts. Andrew Jackson thinks he's a tough guy, killing more Indians than there are stars in the sky. Eagle wolves and flow.
All right, we're gonna keep this party going, guys. Can we turn the speaker down a little bit? Okay, guys. So we're gonna continue and see if we can't do this good. One thing that I would like to say first, I guess a couple kids got upset that I called them slow. I was just joking, guys. Absolutely, you're fast. You're all fast. We're fast together. But we're going to move on to get some of the amendments down. Now, we had done the bump, that thing, the 2/3 of both houses, 3/4 of all states. And before we move kind of into the course now, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the amendments that are going to be on the test. Some of the amendments are really easy to remember, and we probably should save them as we go through. But maybe we'll just give you a little bit of a teaser. Some of the amendments that are harder to remember would be like the 16th Amendment. And the 16th Amendment is called the Graduated Income Tax Amendment, which allows the federal government to tax incomes directly in order to use that revenue to pay for things that the United States needs. The way that I've taught my kids to remember it is to think 16, sweet 16. And if you think sweet 16, you think what you want in that envelope. What do you want for your birthday? Really, you want Momo, you want some money. So at least that will remind you it's an economic amendment. And then you just have to get to the idea of taxing. And remember the concept that the more money that you make, the more percentage of your income that the federal government can tax you. That's the graduated income tax. So that's an example of when we use the amendment procedure in order to change the Constitution, to use flexibility in order to deal with an economic problem that the United States was facing. Now, I want to do Washington. I want to talk about our Schwarzeneggers. But I do want to give you some really helpful hints about how to remember some of the specific delegated powers and rules of the structure of government that are going to be on the exam, because there's just a lot of questions that it can ask. I'm going to remind you, and if you're just joining us, that if you Google HipHughes and you go to the HipHughes page, a couple things. Up on top, there's a link way up on top that says 114 things to know, and we've been using that a little bit. But you definitely want to click the Master Check and Balance Review balance chart there, and that'll take you to that. And that's what I'm going to be referring to is some of the symbols I have in here and some of the ideas on separation of powers. So I've used one finger to explain presidential power this year, and it's come in pretty handy for most of the kids. So when I'm being the president, I use my one finger, and I start doing some symbols like the president is what? The president is commander-in-chief, so I kind of make this saluting thing. The president can do what to a law? And that's the concept of vetoing a law. That's a check and balance. The president can do what to people in jail, federal crimes? He can let them out. He can pardon them. So sometimes I'll do that concept of you're out of here, you're free. The president can do what to treaties? That one finger thing really does work out. He can sign treaties. And finally, the president can do what to your habeas corpus rights? Your most basic rights of being left alone in this world can be suspended by the president during times of crisis. The president can also pick people to be on the court, judicial, the Supreme Court, and under unwritten constitution, cabinet members. So that one finger thing can come in really, really handy. So one more time, the president is commander-in-chief. The president can do what to people in jail? Pardon them. Get out of here. The president can veto laws. The president can suspend your habeas corpus rights. The president can sign treaties. And the president can pick people, pick you, and I pick you, to be on the Supreme Court and judicial branch. Now, moving over to Congress, there's some differences between the House of Representatives, and the Senate that you need to know about. Well, first of all, you know through the Great Compromise that the House of RURA is based on PUPA. Can you do that by yourself? The House of Representatives is based on population. So they're bigger in numbers. There's like 435 of those guys. I'm going to refer to them as the mad dogs, because that analogy is going to work with like 4 multiple choice questions. And the concept is pretty simple. Number 1, a mad dog needs to be kept on a leash. That leash, in my analogy, is an example of direct democracy. We made fun of democracy before. We said there's not a lot of democracy in our government. That's the one part that's originally in the Constitution. Bless you, Mr. McTighe. Bless you. That the House of Representatives is directly tied to the people through direct voting. Now, you had to be white, and you had to own property, you had to be a man, but that's going to expand through time. But the concept is there that the people hold that leash. Now, a mad dog needs to be on what kind of leash? You don't walk a mad dog on a 40-foot leash, do you? Not unless you want to get sued when he bites a little kid's head off. So you keep that dog on a short leash. That's the 2-year term gig. House members serve only 2 years. Could you imagine? They get elected. What do they have to start thinking about as soon as they get elected? They got to get reelected. Now, that's the what. Now the why. Why are they on a short leash? Why do we give them what I call DD, direct democracy? And the answer is because of their sharp teeth. They have very sharp teeth. And that teeth represent the concept that they start revenue bills. If there's going to be a tax hike, if there's going to be a sales tax, if there's going to be a bill that costs money, it's the mad dogs that have to take the first step. That's why they're on a leash. That's why it's DD. That's why it's held by the people. That's consent of the governed. So if you don't like how they're taxing you, we go back to no taxation without what? We believe that so much, no taxation without representation, that we tie taxation directly to the people through direct democracy representation. So if the dog bites you right in your butt, take a big $20 bill, roof. You can yank that chain every 2 years, man. Hire somebody else. Get another bum, another rooster. Hey, rooster. Remember that concept, consent of the governed. I use the teeth in the analogy that they can bite the president. They can bite the president not only through investigation, they're the main investigative body of the president, but they can hold impeachment power. They can basically go, ooh, you in trouble? Go to the Senate. The Senate holds the trial, but impeachment is a way of beginning the process of removing a president. They can also impeach judges. Now, let's move on to the Senate. The Senate I see more as kind of the overseer of things of the president. They kind of are the watchdogs rather than the mad dogs. So for instance, just say Senate, you ready? If a president gets impeached, where's he got to go for his trial? If the president signs a treaty, where does he got to go to get the treaty ratified? If the president picks a judge, where's the judge got to get voted on? So if you learn that the Senate is the kind of the watchdog of the president and the House of Reps is the mad dog, you'd be pretty good to go. Other than that, I'll tell you the 17th Amendment I would put in the Senate column. If you're looking at that check and balance sheet, you can see 17th Amendment. I always spell the 17th Amendment with a big S-E to remind myself that eventually we're going to put a leash around that Senate dog as well. The watchdog, the Senate, originally was put in by the state legislature. So it's not direct democracy, it's indirect democracy. The 17th Amendment is DD for the Senate. What's DD? Not indirect democracy, direct democracy. Now, the Supreme Court, just a couple things about the Supreme Court, because most of their power, we're going to find out, is through unwritten power. It's judicial review, which comes through a court case rather than through delegated power in the Constitution. But there are some things in the original Constitution that tell us something about what the founders and what the rules were set for the Supreme Court. Number one, how long do they serve? Well, we know that the House serves 2 years. If you didn't know it, the president, elected by ID in direct democracy through the Electoral College, is elected for 4 years. The Senate, they're so freaking special, they're 6 years. I think that gives them a little bit more breathing room to make maybe decisions that they wouldn't make if they were getting elected right away. But, yeah, I do filibuster. I'm definitely going to do the filibuster. I'm losing my train of thought. But I was on judicial branch. But the judicial branch, the Supreme Court, they don't serve 2 years, they don't serve 4 years, they don't serve 6 years. They serve forever. They serve forever because I'll refer to them as the referees in our government. And the referees should not be elected by the fans. Imagine if the referees were like a popularity contest. That wouldn't work out, right? The refs wouldn't make the right decisions. They would make the decisions based on popularity. And we don't want the Supreme Court to do that. That's called substantive democracy. But the concept is that we have to protect the rights of the minority. And if you're going to protect the rights of the minority, you have to give these people a little bit of a bubble. And that bubble is lifetime terms. Now, if they rob a 7-Eleven, yeah, you can impeach the suckers. But you can't vote them out because you don't like how they're reading the Constitution. And at the end of the day, that's what the court does, man. The court interprets the rules, just like the referee does. So what does the referee do? He's like, ooh, I saw something, flag, right? And he's making that observation based on the rules. Maybe he was hit below the belt or a face mask or something like that. So when a law is passed, we're going to find out that that's what the Supreme Court ends up doing. They compare that rule, that law, or that presidential action like Watergate to the rules of the Constitution, the rules of the game. It's like they're watching Monopoly being played, but they're not playing, they're watching. And they only interject when they see something unfair going on against the rules. That's pretty much it. There's the filibuster for the Senate. That's unwritten. And I keep saying unwritten. You should know what unwritten is, right? Unwritten are rules we agree to that aren't in the rule book. Unwritten is tradition. Unwritten are things that we just do because it makes the country run smoother. I don't know a great analogy. I'm trying to think in my head of a quick analogy really quick. I would think maybe something like Christmas, or if you celebrate another holiday that day, if you ran down to the tree or wherever the gifts were and there were no gifts, and your parents were like, that's not in the rules. We just decided not to get you presents this year. That would suck. And you would expect that never to happen. Well, we expect certain things like the president always is going to have a cabinet. He has a Secretary of Defense, a Secretary of State, a Secretary of Treasury, yada, yada, yada. That's not in the rule book. It's unwritten Constitution. It just is. And we're going to find out that president could serve as many terms as he wanted to. They just never served more than 2 terms, because we're going to find out what Washington gave his advice of not serving more than 2 terms. That was unwritten all the way up to the 22nd Amendment. And the filibuster is unwritten as well, which gives the minority in the Senate the ability to shut down the Senate, to stop a law from being voted on. That's unwritten, but it's another tremendous check and balance within the Senate itself. I think I'm ready. Mr. McTighe, you think we forgot anything big in the Constitution? I think we're ready to move on here. I mean, we have the basic concepts of 3 branches down. We did checks and balances, federalism, our compromises. I think that we can probably touch base as we go through, but we should just move on. What time is it? That's crazy. It's 8:30, an hour and a half. All right, let's do it, baby. Let's get on with this. Let's do the Federalists. We'll do them up good. And the course goes quicker now. It takes a long time to explain the foundation of the course, the Constitution, the Articles, federalism, colonialism. And now we can get to the point where I can just refer back to the rules, and that should help you remember them, but also connect the Constitution to the growth of our country. All right, so the first kind of chapter of American history after the Constitution is called the Federalist era. I call it the Schwarzenegger era. And I'm going to, again, give these 3 guys the name Schwarzenegger. And the 3 gentlemen are George Schwarzenegger Washington, Alexander Schwarzenegger Hamilton, and John Schwarzenegger Marshall. So if you see those 3 guys' names, I just want you... You can't see my muscles because my arms are below the camera. But the concept is that these guys are going to use their power to expand their power, to give the federal government more power, because they believe in economic nationalism. They believe that the country needs strong leaders in order to be a strong country in this world that is very competitive in their eyes. So I'll give you some examples. When I do Washington and I'm doing Schwarzenegger with him, I do the vocab Whiskey Rebellion. So I make a muscle and I take my booze and I kind of do this, and I kind of pat myself, and then I make a punch. Because the Whiskey Rebellion is an example of when Washington basically is going to use the army in order to enforce federal law. This is like Shays' Rebellion, but now there's someone on the phone. Really quick, the first sales tax proposed by Alexander Schwarzenegger Hamilton was on whiskey. So when the farmers of Pennsylvania, the western farmers, found out that they were going to have to pay this huge sales tax, they saw it as very unfair, and they decided they were going to fight back, like Shay. So they tar and feather the tax collector. They're like, you go tell Washington, don't you come back! So when, the tax collectors come down with all the tar and feathers all over them, they get to Washington and they're like, they ain't paying, they kicked my butt. Washington's like, yo, let's go show them what G is. And he brings the army in there and he crushes their skulls. That's Whiskey Rebellion. There's one clause we didn't talk about in the Constitution, and that was the Supremacy Clause. The Supremacy Clause is the part of the Constitution which says in federalism is the division of power between the feds and the states, that if there's ever direct conflict between these two, that ultimately the federal government and the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. That's called the Supremacy Clause. Sometimes if I'm getting kind of gangster about the concept, I'll call it the Who's Your Daddy Clause. So Washington basically goes up the mountain, puts his boot where the sun don't shine, and he's like, yo, who's your daddy? That's the concept of Schwarzeneggerism. That's the concept of the growth of the federal government. Maybe not the growth, maybe the proof is in the pudding kind of concept. That these aren't just words. It's just it's not just me saying, and I'm in charge because I said so. Now you got the boot up your butt to show yourself that I'm in charge. That's the concept of Whiskey Rebellion. We'll come back to Washington's farewell address in a moment. Let's move on. Hamilton, I always give him a gangster $ tattoo. I see him as the economic Momo man, and he does a number of things which are going to show that he's a Schwarzenegger in this concept. For instance, he's the founder of the National Bank. He is the guy who came up with the whiskey sales tax. He's the one who created the national debt. But all of these concepts are Schwarzenegger concepts of Hamilton being a federalist, of being gangster about it at that. Whoa, that's my dog. The other concept is going to be in John Schwarzenegger Marshall. And John Schwarzenegger Marshall is the Chief Justice of the first, not the Chief Justice, but one of the first Supreme Court justices that makes rulings that are going to strengthen the role of the federal government. Your three big court cases are going to be Marbury versus Madison, which under John Marshall established judicial review. You should say that like 13 times. Just say it. Marbury versus Madison established judicial review. Marbury versus Madison established judicial review. I'm not going to do it 13 times. That's ridiculous. But that ruling, now I wouldn't write about that court case, by the way, but if I'm going to write about judicial review, I'm going to write about where it comes from. And it doesn't come from the Constitution. It's not a delegated power. Therefore, it is unwritten because the Supreme Court gave themselves the power. It's like steroids. It's like they gave themselves a shot of hormones and steroids, and boom! They gave themselves the ability not only to review laws, to review actions, but to declare them unconstitutional, to say we're a branch that has power that can knock down laws and knock down actions and basically call fouls out. That's tremendous power. And we're going to see that judicial review is going to be one of the biggest mechanisms of change in American history. Other court decisions you need to know are McCulloch versus Maryland and Gibbons versus Ogden. I can't explain everything, guys. I just can't. You can plug in, just unplug that, right?
This is, but
So what's dying?
it still keeps going down. It's charging.
Oh, no, it's charging. It says 12 minutes, it'll be fully
Yeah,
charged.
that number keeps going down.
We're okay.
Okay.
So I can't explain everything, guys. You certainly can go watch. There's a Supreme Court Cases for Dummies video. But if you're seeing Gibbons and Ogden or McCulloch in Maryland, just think Schwarzenegger. Just think strength. And you can go to those concepts. And like I said, we can't explain everything. So that's your Federalists. Those are your first three big, strong guys. Whiskey Rebellion, the National Bank, the National Debt, all of those court cases, judicial review, and now we get to do George Washington's farewell address. This is going to be on the test, or I'm wrong. I've been wrong before, by the way. I wish I had something to stand on. I don't really have something to stand on, so I'm just going to stand on my tippy toes. Because what I do in class is I jump on the radiator. I'm like a spider monkey. I know that you can't tell by the way I look now, but I'm a spider monkey. I'm just like, and on that radiator, every time I jump on there, the kids know automatically that I'm George Washington, and I'm doing my bye-bye address. I kind of wave. I go, bye, see ya. The farewell address is, again, unwritten constitution. All presidents give one. Basically, what I learned, my advice. And Washington's is probably the most famous. Eisenhower's got a pretty kick-ass farewell address, too. But Washington is probably the most famous because much of what he says becomes part of the unwritten Constitution. So I do hand signals for this one. It's really easy. I go, I go, and I go, So the first concept is stay the hell away from Europe. It's isolationism. I don't have enough room, but I draw a circle around myself and I go, stay the hell away from Europe. Because the concept is we're the 98-pound weakling in the world. One thing the freshman learns really quick is you don't go in the locker room and call the seniors weenies. There's other words they use now except for weenies, by the way. But he doesn't do that because what would happen to the little freshman? He'd become part of the institution of the gym. They would just crush him into like the mold of the locker. So that's us. So what Washington is saying is if we want to grow strong, if we want to be independent, if we want to be, a country that's going to grow, stay the hell away from those war gods in Europe. Those bastards fight like every 10 minutes. If you go dance with the devil, you're going to get burned. So stay the hell away. And although we're going to have some intrusions, the War of 1812, for instance, we pretty much stay away from Europe. No U.S. soldiers go to Europe to what, World War I? So Washington's farewell address and kind of the isolation concept. The second is, I'm no king, no more than 2 terms. He steps down after 2 terms. He could have won 3 terms. He could have been president till today if he lived to be like 300 years old. But he stepped down because he was like, I ain't OG that bad. I ain't going to be OG. I ain't going to be king forever. And it's that concept that becomes ingrained in the unwritten Constitution when presidents after him step down after 2 terms. They're like, I could win, but I'm not better than G. And that 2-term rule stays good all the way up to FDR. And even after FDR dies, we write that into the Constitution. That's how important it was to us as a people that we went through that process. Can you do that process? Let's do a review. Ba-bum-ba-ba-bum-ba-bum-ba-bum. 2/3 of both houses? 3/4 of all states? I hope you got it. That's amendment procedure. And then finally he points to his sides and he starts doing this, like, watch out for these guys. And he's pointing to Jefferson and Hamilton, who were both in his cabinet at one point. Thomas Jefferson is the founder of the Democratic Republican Party, the spirit of the South, of states' rights. We're going to talk about the difference between these parties in a moment. But basically he's pointing to Jefferson and he's saying, crypt. And then he points to Hamilton, his Federalist guy, and he goes, blood. He goes, if we just have these two parties and they just kind of evolve into gangs, into, me, I, me, mine, that we're not going to have a country that's built in unity, but we're going to have a country that's built in discord that eventually will rip apart. And Washington's right. At the heart of the Civil War is this warning at the farewell address that the Democratic Republicans and the Federalists need to act in unison rather than against each other. And if they act against each other, the country is doomed to separate. And like I said, that's sectionalism. So before I get into nullification and we go through Adams, I want to get to Louisiana Purchase, then we'll take a short break, then we'll get up to Civil War. We're going to take you through this bad boy. And you do as best you can. The South is against tariffs. The South is also against the National Bank. The National Bank proposed by Hamilton is an institution that is favorable to the North, where the big money is. Who's going to get the loans? The business guy with $1 million or the farmer with a rake and a hoe? So the South is against the National Bank. And the South, at the end of the day, is for the 10th Amendment than it is more than it is for federal union, for supremacy, for keeping the country together. They're more interested in what works for their states. And I use this concept in school to teach it. I say to the kids, if you think of it this way, that the federal government, we use this analogy in a sense, is the leaders of the family. What you gonna do? That's a break in federalism, right? If I rip that piece of paper again, I go, in a sense, that's the child saying to the parent, yo, no. And that breaks up the family. The family can't stay together if you don't have that type of authority. So really what I see the Kentucky-Virginia resolutions as, the theory of nullification, as the conception of the Civil War. Not the growth of the Civil War, not the Civil War, but the conception. Like where the sperm meets the egg. I said sperm and egg. Shit, I can't believe I did that. But that's what it is. It's the crack in federalism that's going to grow, analogy time, that's eventually going to separate the Union into Civil War. All right, good for us. We're doing good, guys. We're going to go to Jefferson now. Let's do Louisiana Purchase, and we'll take a 2-minuter. You want to do it now? All right, we'll do it now. Let's take a 2-minute, guys. Can we put a song on or something? Back in 2 minutes. Sound up. Big balling in the Gilded Age. We're going to play a little Crosby. Someone said that we should play some Crosby later, or Fortunate Son. Right? We'll play Creedence. Is that Creedence? Yeah. Fortunate Sons later. Stick around.
What do you want on fun? I could probably just turn this off, because that's wireless, this is wireless, this is wireless. So we might, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's Can you find your cord? What? Your cord? Your power cord.
I got it. Probably this one's good. You can switch it though. Switch it.
Yeah.
Can I get that again?
Not good.
right, guys, we're back. We got to Jefferson. How about that? You turn that sound. Yeah, there we go. All right, here we go. It just gets more ridiculous as we go through the evening, does it? I'm holding something now. I'm holding a doll. It's just absolutely ridiculous. All right, so we're going to do the Thomas Jefferson concept. This is a great multiple choice question. And remember, guys, even if it's not on the multiple choice, when you write that DBQ essay, let's give you like 2 seconds of DBQ advice here. If you don't have outside information in your DBQ, spying on Americans. Oh, I did political science. I just did political science. Oh, no. But the concept is that now he wants the land. So he has this moment of, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. And Napoleon's like, I have to get on the plane. So he's got to make the deal. So what does he have to do? That's right, guys, say it. He's got to drop the baby. He's got to loosen his grip on the Constitution. And now he's got to hold the Constitution like this. Like, yo, whatever. But, yo, check out the G. Look at the geographical, boom of the... My God, it goes to the moon. It goes to Mars. We got a car on Mars. Car on Mars. Talk about manifest destiny, right? So where should we go from here? I think we need to have a civil war. That's what I think we need to do. I think we need to blow this bad boy up. So let's get into this concept. This is humongous, man. Thematic essay, DBQ, and really important, understanding who we are as a people, where we are now, federalism, all these great concepts. So the question is, I'm talking so much, I'm biting my tongue. Like literally.
Don't do that.
I know, I'm biting my tongue. My tongue's swelling. Why did the Civil War happen, right? That's the question. That's the thematic essay. That's the multiple choice question. That's what you got to know. Why did the country break up? And the easy answer, and this gets controversial, the easy answer is slavery. Right? Slavery broke the country up. And although I agree with the sentiment, I really, really do, I wish it was more true than it really is. Like, I wish that's a better story to tell. I wish we were like, and radical abolitionists that wanted to free the slaves, ripped the country in two, and fought to free the slaves, and they wanted to free the slaves. That's just not the real story. So at the end of the day, what I'm going to say that's going to save your life on an essay is the Civil War was caused by federalism. A split in the belief of federalism. Federalism is the division of power between the feds and the states, right? So what does it? What is the razor blade that separates everybody? It's not so much slavery. It's the growth and expansion of slavery. Look, Southerners want states to be slave states. A, because they're their peeps in Congress and the Senate and the House. It's force, it's a faction, it's a group that believes in the same thing. But economically, like they want cotton in, Texas, and they want to bring slaves with them. So every time Mama Awning got pregnant, Northwest Ordinance of 1787, we have a problem. It's like, Houston, we have a problem. We have a baby. The baby's coming. Missouri's coming. Missouri is coming, man. Is it going to be a slave baby state or a free baby state? That's the question that rips the country in two. So it's not like the abolition of slavery, it's the expansion of slavery. Because, there's abolitionists in the North. We're going to talk about John Brown in a minute. And, there's definitely, Frederick Douglass and, there's the Underground Railroad and there's, Sojourner Truth. There's all these great cats and characters that are awesome stories and that live outside the House of Power and scream and yell and write great things and say great things and do great things. But they're outside the House of Power. If you look at, like, Lincoln's inside the House of Power. And although he might agree with the sentiments of the people that are screaming outside the House, he's in charge of the House, and he's got to run the House the way the House is run, which isn't to abolish slavery. And I know abolishing slavery was in the Republican platform of 1860, but I don't think Lincoln had any intention of going to Mississippi and saying, slaves are free. But he did have the intention, and the Republican Party did have the intention, and I think some of the Whigs had the intention that slavery shouldn't expand.
Free soil.
Free Soil Party, Mr. McTighe, raising the roof for McTighe. The Republican Party was once the third party, the Free Soil Party, that believed that new states should be free soil, that we should have free labor. And that might have something to do with abolitionism, but it also has something to do with economics. And, you know, where are people going to work? And how's an immigrant going to make a job? And we don't want to compete with free labor. So it's the expansion of slavery that rips the country apart. And Congress is the Band-Aid guy. Congress is like, we can fix that. I got you something. The Missouri Compromise, right? Missouri's coming in and the South is like, it should be slave. It's not slave, then we're going to die. And the North is like, talk to the hand, it's going to be free. So you need Congress to come in and solve the problem. And they do it with the Missouri Compromise, which is perhaps the stupidest thing in the history of the world. Do you know what the stupidest solution is if you live with your sibling in the same room and you're fighting and you're like, we can't live together, there's only one solution. We shall put tape down in the room. And I will have the left and you will have the right. So you're on the right and the crapper's on the left. The Missouri Compromise divided the United States by proclamation line. This is the magic line. New states here free, slaves here slave. And we've solved the problem. Wrap it up, call it a day. The United States is fixed forever. Not in 1850. In 1850, if this was a map, I guess California would be over here, right? That, would it be? Which side? Is that California?
Yes.
Yes! 1849, San Francisco 49ers. Here comes California. California is a hell of a big baby. And really, the Missouri Compromise doesn't extend and can't really handle that. So suddenly the country's splitting apart again, and here's Congress with a whole bunch of Band-Aids. So, really important, and I know we've said a lot, and we're just kind of chattering it up and trying to teach you a million things. But I want you to see this as Congress's feeble attempt to hold the country together using Band-Aids. Not over the issue of slavery and abolishing slavery, but rather over the expansion of slavery. And look, we could talk about other things. They're fighting about tariffs. Talk about Andrew Jackson, right? Andrew Jackson signed tariff acts that made South Carolina so mad, they nullified him. They're like, we're not going to pay him. Kiss my booty. Ain't going to pay. What you going to do? Jackson's like, I'll kick your ass. Brought the army to the border of South Carolina. We almost had a civil war over too. How do you like that about people who say slavery is the only cause of the Civil War? And look, I wish it was. I really do. I don't want you to be like, oh, Hughes is a rebel. I wish it was. I wish it was. So the Compromise of 1850 is really going to be the Band-Aid that's going to kill us. And what the Band-Aid did was a couple things. California came in as a free state. And the North kind of gets a win out of that. The South got what they always wanted, which was a law. They got the Fugitive Slave Act, which basically gives them permission to go to the North to capture slaves, to bring them back south, and to make it a crime to harbor slaves in the North. In a sense, to make the North complicit in the sins of the South. You got to turn in your brother. And we're going to talk about the stink thesis in a second. But the solution, the grand solution to how should we solve this problem in the future? Popular sovereignty. We'll just let new states decide. Yeah, like that's going to work out. They'll just all raise their hand and we'll count the hands and then will there be slaves or no slaves? What dummies, man. This leads to bloody Kansas, the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1856, which used popular sovereignty in Kansas and turned into a bloody mess, man. John Brown, you want to Google, someone go Google John Brown, look at the images, and don't tell me you don't see fiery death of soul in his eyes. The guy's got like darts for eyes, with lasers coming out of them. Radical abolitionist, cranky son of a bitch, but believed in his heart and soul that he was going to die and do whatever he could to free slaves, to start a war. So he goes to Kansas, he butchers up a slave family, takes a whole bunch of men, marches to Harper Ferry, tries to overthrow the government in 1857. 56? 57?
Who?
John Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So, what does the government do? They hang him. John Brown's body is a moldering in its grave. Songs of abolitionists in churches in the North were written about this. 1859, the year before the Civil War, right? So the federal government so wants to keep abolitionists down that they execute John Brown. I was on Ancestry.com the other day, and if you go to Ancestry.com/Lincoln, I think it is, they have a humongous archive of Lincoln letters that you can look at. And I was kind of searching around because I'm a huge history nerd, and I'm looking at letters that Lincoln wrote to a newspaper in Ohio as he was like getting the presidency. And basically what he said was, John Brown's death anniversary is coming up. Don't you be dancing on the streets. Don't you be memorializing John Brown. And if anybody does, they're not fit for office. That's how hardcore he was against radical abolitionists, that he didn't even want the name mentioned near him because he wanted to save the Union. You want an answer on the test. Lincoln didn't want to end slavery as much as he wanted to save the Union. And that's what happens. And the election of Lincoln in 1860 is the final straw. That's where the South takes the nullification argument to secession, where they say not only can we have to say no to federal law, but we don't even want to be part of this family anymore, so we're leaving. We join the family, we're adults, we're leaving the family. That's the Civil War. The Civil War is really Ike Turner going to Tina Turner, you coming back and living with me again. And maybe we're not Ike Turner in the same abusive way. Lincoln's not Ike Turner, but Lincoln believes the Union is indissoluble. Is that a word, indissoluble? Hell yeah. That the Union is indefinite. That the Union is concrete, where the South believes that the Union is, a plastic erector set that can be taken apart. So, in 1860-61, the Civil War starts. Lincoln even offered the South the opportunity to keep their slaves if they stayed. Some of the major concepts here we'll go into in a second because I want to backtrack, do some Jackson, and then take a break. And then we're going to get into industrialization. We'll be in the 20th century. The next thing you know, it'll be Obama's elected and you'll take the test. Back to Jackson. I want to teach you, there's a couple questions on Jackson that are on the test that you need to know. We're in the in the early 1830s, kind of that period in there, and there's 3 questions on Jackson. So take these 3 to the bank. You're going to get 2 points for one of these questions. One of them is Jackson is, look at, there's no words on the screen. Jackson is the inventor of the spoils system. The spoils system was a patronage way of getting a job in the White House. We're on number 36, by the way, if you're looking at that sheet on HipHughes. But Jackson believes to the winner goes the spoils, that he basically thinks that as president, he should be able to get rid of all the staff, all of the officers, everybody that works in the federal government, and give it to his, supporters. Basically patronage, get a job because you know me. He saw this as a good thing because he thought he was, cleaning out the government, bringing in new ideas. But at the end of the day, that's going to have to end, and we'll get to the Pendleton Act eventually. You don't get a job in the post office because you know Mary. You get a job in the post office because you take a test and show the world that you're the best postman that should get the job. What else for Andrew Jackson? Andrew Jackson, although he was a Southern Democrat, he's the founder of the Democratic Party, and he believes in states' rights, but not so much that he doesn't almost start a civil war over tariffs. He really believes in the Union concept. No. But the one I want to talk about is Worcester versus Georgia, and then we'll move on. What's that? Yeah, Trail of Tears. So, Native American, the Native American story is always a sad one to tell as a teacher because it just sucks. And we can't tell the whole story right now. We'll just focus on the regents concepts. But basically, we're going to eventually assimilate the Native Americans into our society. We're going to make them Americanize them on reservations. This happens later with the Dawes Act, and there's certainly other stories to be told. But in 1832, something happens monumental, not only for Native Americans, but for checks and balances, and really the constitutionality of Andrew Jackson. And what happens is the state of Georgia, and in conjunction with the federal government, gets a series of laws, part of it the Indian Removal Act, which says that all Native Americans east of the Mississippi, living on that side of the Atlantic Ocean, right, have to get the hell out of Dodge. This is what this is what leads to the Trail of Tears. This really sad story of the military forcing Native Americans on this 1,000-mile trek where hundreds die, and it's just a terrible, terrible story. But before that happened, the Native Americans went to the Supreme Court. Worcester was the representatives of the Cherokee, and went to the Supreme Court basically saying the Indian Removal Act and what Georgia is trying to do is unconstitutional. They shouldn't be able to do it. Now, who do you think is going to win that court case? Come on, man. $20 bet, right? Is it going to be the Native American? Or is it going to be the white men who own everything? Yeah, you got it right. It's the Native American. The psych! Psych! Worcester versus Georgia declared the parts of the Indian Removal Act to be unconstitutional. That the Native Americans had a right to due process and they had a right to that land. But it didn't happen, did it? What did you get? You got the Trail of Tears anyway. Why? Because Andrew Jackson, the president, is the commander-in-chief. He's the one that enforces the law or doesn't enforce the Supreme Court's decision. What he said was John Marshall made his decision. Let him go enforce it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you going to whip me with your black robe? Ooh, I'm scared. I got the army, sucker. And sometimes you'll see this really great cartoon of Andrew Jackson with a crown on, right? King Jackson, right? He's got a big veto scepter because he vetoed everything. And he's standing on the Constitution. And I think that is symbolic of Worcester versus Georgia and what Andrew Jackson did to Native Americans. If you go to some reservations, they won't take the 20. They'll be like, no, you got another bill? Give you the 20 back. Because they don't want to see Jackson's face. And I don't blame them. Okay, where are we? Civil War? Okay, big concept in the Civil War. Let's do a big concept in the Civil War. I'm looking at the time. We'll take a break after the Civil War. The big concept in the Civil War, number one, you already know the multiple choice. Why did Lincoln fight the Civil War? To end slavery, right? No, to save the Union. Although ending slavery eventually became important in order to save the Union. That's the concept, right? So a couple of concepts of Lincoln in the Civil War. One of them is the Emancipation Proclamation. And there's kind of a fallacy that occurs with most people when they think of the Emancipation Proclamation, because the first thing that they think is Lincoln freed the slaves. Lincoln freed the slaves. The Emancipation freed all the slaves. Yeah! They're all like, yeah, we're free. Psych! And this, I think, goes back to that concept of Lincoln is fighting the Civil War to save the Union. Up to 1862, Lincoln didn't free any slaves because he didn't think it was in the interest to free slaves to save the Union. But in 1862, something very important happens. Not only is the tide of the war going towards the South, that the South is winning the Civil War, but Europe is looking at this fight, and you know Great Britain is like, oh, I hope that the Yankees lose. I hope that those suckers break up, man. They left us. And France as well. They're aiding the South. They're thinking about recognizing the Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. That's a huge blow, man. If they represent, if they, say that the South is real, if they recognize and aid them and send them a navy, we're living in two countries now. It's the United States of South America or something. I don't know. Confederacy. So why does Lincoln free some slaves? I think it's to change the aim of the war. I think it's because instead of fighting for states' rights and tariffs and supremacy clause, he wants to show the world this is a war to free human beings. And as soon as he issues the Emancipation Proclamation, France and Great Britain were like, ooh, don't touch that. Do, don't touch that. And they don't recognize the South. So I think it's basically a strategic move. But also, it didn't free all the slaves. Well, pragmatically, it didn't free any slaves in the South. Technically, it did. But what is a slave going to do in Mississippi, right? When he's under his master's control. Master's a terrible word, man. What's a better word than master? His conquistador? It's got to be a better word. I don't know what it is.
Boss, captain.
Oh, that's terrible, too.
Sorry.
His enslaver. How about that? He's going to go to his enslaver and be like, enslaver, the president freed me, so I was going to catch the next train out of town. That's probably not happening. But more importantly, the Emancipation Proclamation didn't free any border state slaves. There's 4 states. What is it? Kentucky? You got to help me out, Matai. I always get confused. West Virginia. Maryland. Delaware?
No.
I thought Delaware was a slave state.
Border state?
Yeah, we're good. But these border states were states that were slave states that stayed with the Union. Those slaves stayed slaves. Why wouldn't Lincoln free all the slaves? Why would he keep those slaves enslaved? And I think the answer goes back to what I keep saying. Lincoln fought the Civil War to save the Union. And he thought, if I risk those states by freeing slaves and upsetting Southern sympathies there, that they could suck away, they'd leave the Union, I'd be worse in a spot to save the Union.
Delaware, you were right.
Delaware, I was right. I'm rarely right on that question, by the way. Border states, slaves, Emancipation Proclamation. All right, one more concept. We take a break. We get to Reconstruction. Lincoln is going to suspend habeas corpus in the border states. And that's important because one of the biggest theses is thesis a word?
Decide.
Thesi. Out of all the thesi, this is a big thesis. And the thesis is when the crap hits the fan, someone's going to lose their civil rights. When crisis happens, when there's a war, when there's 9/11, when there's Pearl Harbor, when something goes down like a clown, someone's going to lose their rights. And even I teach in a big urban city, and I tell the kids, if there's like a whole bunch of drive-bys in one part of the town, a certain ethnic group of a certain age will probably lose some rights and some habeas corpus stuff walking down the street if the cops drive by. That's the thesis. And the thesis is that Lincoln is going to go to these border states, and he locked up all the rebels. Any person that had rebel sympathies, that wrote an article that said they were for the South, anything like that, Lincoln's going to suspend their habeas corpus because he doesn't want to risk that their freedom is going to interfere with us saving the, say it yourself, saving the Union.
Mike Sullivan. Guess he missed it.
I missed it. Mike Sullivan says, don't forget to mention Lincoln wanted to keep the border states. I beat him. Or he beat me. It was a tie, Mike. Yeah, absolutely. And he did that by suspending habeas corpus rights and by not freeing human beings. Look, I'm not judging Lincoln. You can do that. Movies can do that. Whatever. We're telling the story. The story the best way we can with the most transparency. So another thesis I like to teach with the Civil War, and then we take our break, is that I can't curse because there's kids out there. So I'll say stink.
Too late.
Stink don't stink until it's in your backyard. That's a great thesis of thesi.
I made that up.
And basically what this means is that if you don't know about a problem, you can't be upset about the problem and make the problem worse. So I use this analogy or this thesis. You got me saying thesi, Matai, to explain why the Civil War happened. We talked about expansion of slavery and all that stuff. But a really great analogy is I talked about abolitionists as being outside the circle of power. Think of the abolitionist, even like John Brown, even before John Brown, like Frederick Douglass, yelling outside the circle of power. We should free human beings. It's the right thing to do. These are humanists, right? They're no different than people all throughout our history that have looked to expand different groups' rights that weren't included in the American definition. And at that time, it was African Americans, right? So their voices aren't that loud. Think of it almost like the circle of power is like a little fire, right? And the abolitionists are trying to fan the fire to get it so hot that it does something. And the stink thesis says is that if you can take stink and move it into the fire will get higher. The voices will get louder. So when I think of something like the Fugitive Slave Act, and I think that's a Southern law that helped the Southern people, that they won that battle, they lost. They lost because the Fugitive Slave Act made those voices louder around the circle of power. More people got involved because they could smell the stink that existed in, the slave quarters of Mississippi now exists in Main Street in New York. Uncle Tom's Cabin, right? Popular sovereignty in the Bloody John Brown. I think of when they executed John Brown, and when everybody goes to church that Sunday and they're singing, John Brown's body is a moldering in its grave. I'm like singing here, man. And the truth keeps marching on. That's the outside the circle of power that are, how about this for analogy? Although those voices don't change the circle of power, do you know who can hear those voices? The South. And sometimes when I think about Lincoln getting elected and he's inside that circle of power, all they know is that there's those voices in that circle that are near Lincoln. And that Lincoln is the voice, and it's all going to end end slavery forever. And that's going to end this. We're going to take a little bit of a break. There's a Civil War one. Did we play the Civil War one?
Yep.
Or,
Big Ballin' and the Gilded Age.
no. There's a Civil War one.
Okay.
Where is it? Yeah, listen to this, guys. Wait, start it over. Listen to this, guys. So take a break.
Nothing instead of 4 long blades to your house. I'm being honest, my only Travis he treated as fair. But I ain't nobody's slave, I'm getting out of this here. Cause God say, so soon the first should be last, the last should be first. I put my soul in a verse. I saw blood upon cornstalks, the sun eclipsed. It was time to get cracking like 1,000 whips. All out terror, 40 slaves on horses. Doing every pale face, carrying torches. My rebellion got squashed in a few short days. They executed me easy, they sat there rage. That truth's gonna get you, misbehave. I'm a whisper in the wind, I'm a rise from the grave. In the South they went crazy by lynching blacks. I'm telling you the real truth should be a part of the fact. I'm so sweet Calhoun and I love the South. Senator from South Cackalack, repping the South. They don't know me in the North, but they try to play me. States' rights, best things since grits and gravy. I believe firmly in the goodness of slavery. Northerners who hate it, I think they have rabies. Never before have Africans been so civilized. Never before have they found the Lord Jesus Christ. Northerners don't pay workers enough to eat. We don't pay slaves, at least they have a place to sleep. We must maintain the status quo for whites and blacks. If we ever let them free, they gonna attack. Dred Scott's decision was right, what belongs to me. But a slavery rule is my property. We're chivalrous, but don't mess with us. Abolitionists will cane you on the Senate floor. Okay? We won't take no maybe. Yeah, end this slavery. We won't take no maybe. Yeah, end this slavery. We won't take no maybe. Yeah, end this slavery. We won't take no maybe. We gonna end this. Come on.
Children, I'm Harriet Tubman, born into slavery and history. I'm loaded from my bravery. I'm a runaway slave, followed the North Star to take me from the South parts, and I was never scared of the dark. Like that press boy, I'm an African. More slaves down South, boy, I'm going back to them.
Okay.
19 trips and not one a disaster. Like I told Frederick, I never lost a passenger. Reward for my capture, 40 G's. With the posters all around saying I can't read. Still I slip through the cracks of that beautiful slave act. With so many freed, I never lost my way back. Jack of all trades, and you'd be surprised. I was a cook, a nurse, and even a spy from the North. And this was during the Civil War. Follow me while I'm following the drinking gourd. I did it all, and it really wasn't a choice for me. I only had 2 options: die or be free.
I'm Abraham Lincoln. What y'all thinking? I'm from Illinois. You kidding, boy? North rich like the G. My slaves, they think they're gonna succeed. Like the fugitive slave act. Running away ain't easy. House divided against itself. Cannot stand like Betsy Ross trying to climb on Uncle Sam's hands. I said I wasn't gonna mess with your slavery. The South didn't buy it. They were hating me. I switched breezes to fight from union to slavery. Like Bush, Iraq's empty of WMDs. Emancipation Proclamation made friends like me. Who needs friends? Jefferson Davis, you have me as an enemy. Who do you have? Stonewall Jackson and Robert E. Lee. I got U.S. Grant and Sherman's march to the sea.
Are you doing like mad replies?
Confederacy like
trying,
Hughes,
yeah.
that the boots shot me. Nobody wanted to hug
What would
me.
you do? Give me a jacket.
Oh, my God.
End this slavery. Yeah. No maybe. Yeah, end this slavery. No, we won't take. No, we won't. Maybe. No. Yeah, end this slavery. No, we won't take. No, maybe. No, we gon' end this. Check it out. Yeah. Take. No, maybe. Yeah, end this slavery. We won't take. No, maybe. Yeah, end this slavery. We won't take. No, maybe. Yeah, end this slavery. We won't take. No, maybe.
I have, yeah. It's a 7-touch game. Okay, let's pause it.
Come on.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Turn that down. So if you're following us, the best that you can, I'm going to remind you, and I keep doing this, that if you Google HipHughes, you'll get to this page, and I believe way up on top, it's not on this, I have to refresh it. It says up on top, 114 things that you need to know, and then what you're going to do is hit that, and that'll take you to the final study guide. And you can always pause the video and watch other videos as well. There's tons of other videos for more in-depth study. The one favor I ask of you is that you shout us out, that if you're on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or Vine, I don't even know what the hell Vine is, that that you do a little shout out, get some more people here. Let's see if we can help some of your friends as well. So if you're following this, I've skipped a few. I didn't do Dred Scott decision. The Dred Scott decision, by the way, is more stink. The court ruled in 1857 that slaves were property, so all of those other compromises were null and void. There's no more popular sovereignty, there's no more band-aids, because the Supreme Court decided that slaves are slaves everywhere. So that, again, increased that stink, increased the voices, the fire, whatever the analogy is. And I'm just looking what else we've missed. Number 39, we missed the Homestead Act, a really great question on the multiple choice that deals with basically economic nationalism. This was signed by Abraham Lincoln, gave 60 acres of free land to any settler who wanted it, as long as they worked the land. This is an example of economic nationalism, or a subsidy. The government's giving something away for free. Why? Because they believe it'll expand the economy. It'll also encourage manifest what? Bam! Manifest destiny. We're doing pretty good. I'm looking through it, and it looks like we've hit most of the other ones. And then maybe at the end you can ask anything we missed. The Dawes Act, also related to that Native American concept of reservations. The Dawes Act is like the Indian Removal Act, times 10. It's going to put all Native Americans on reservations. Again, that assimilation idea. I always use the analogy that immigration should be like a salad, I guess, where the American salad is best when you have different kinds of vegetables in it, right? We want peppers, and we want cucumbers, and we want olives, and we want calamate. Back then, we don't want salad, we want hot cheese soup. So when we take a Native American, they're like butter in the soup, man. We put them on a reservation, and they become like us, they look like us, they talk like us, they pray like us, they live like us, and then they will be us. And that reservation concept, I think, is a savage. All right? So I'm going to hug you, and then I'm going to slug you. I'm going to hug you, then I'm going to slug you. And I use this analogy to teach the concept of Reconstruction. Let's do multiple choice first. The multiple choice basically comes down to this. What are Lincoln's plans for Reconstruction, or Johnson? Andrew Johnson was Abraham Lincoln's vice president, who became president after he was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, kind of an angry Republican Party. The part inside the power that wants to protect African American rights. And maybe it's for votes, maybe it's because they actually have big hearts. Thaddeus Stevens, I think of, if you've seen Lincoln, he's one cool cat, and he was a radical Republican, radical abolitionist for sure. But what are their plans? What are their different plans? And I use the hugs and slugs to understand, or to at least conceptualize and visualize the answer. The presidential plans are easy plans. Why did Lincoln fight the Civil War? You already know it, right? You already said the stupid multiple choice. I know you said it. You said save the Union. So now that the wife is back home, right? She tried to leave, right? We got her back. She finally came back. She's like, okay, I'm home. You suck. I'm here. What do? You hug her. The war's over. Let her back in. So in terms of plans for Reconstruction, they're very light. No military occupation. The Freedmen's Bureau would exist. We'd have some kind of institution to help freed blacks. 10% loyalty oath, 1 out of 10, my bad. 13th Amendment, and that's where it stops. That's where it stops. No black vote. Lincoln, wasn't at that point really for the black vote yet. Maybe in the back of his head he was, but all he got to was abolishing slavery at the end of the Civil War, and then he was assassinated. Andrew Johnson is a Southerner. He's not for big, huge black rights. He's from Tennessee, for God's sakes. So that's the hugging plan. The slugging plan is the radical Republicans, who eventually get a lot of what they want. What do they want? They want military occupation. They don't trust Mississippi with black people. So they think that the military should stay down there to protect African American rights. And that happens for 10 years. From 1867 to 1877, there was military occupation in the South. And guess what happened? You had black senators. Yeah. You had black representatives. You had a black governor in Louisiana. You had blacks voting because they could. Because the federal government, remember division of power, federalism is division of power between the feds and the states, because the feds were up the states' butt, going, you deserve this. What else? They get the 14th and the 15th Amendment. The 14th Amendment's so big, I can't even talk about it with my head not imploding. That's how big it is in sense of a change in federalism. The 14th Amendment not only gives African American citizens, makes them citizens, natural born citizens. Anybody born in the country is now a citizen. That means all slaves are citizens. It also means that all illegal immigrants who come and have children, their children are citizens. But it has this clause, and then we'll go on. Listen so carefully. I'll even do this, guys. You know, there's going to be environmental people that are going to have a crapper when they see this. Ripping all this paper. Federalism, division, power between the feds and the states. Feds and states. 10th Amendment, right? Reserve powers for the states. That ain't in here is for the states. Listen to the 14th Amendment. No state shall deny its citizens equal protection under the law and due process of the law. I'm paraphrasing. No state, Mississippi, shall deny its citizens, black people, equal protection, integration, and due process, that you're going to treat them the same at trial than white people. Right? That's what it meant. What else could it mean, guys? Let's go to current events. Let's go into the future, right? No state, New York, shall deny its citizens, people with no legs, equal protection and due process, access to the library. Right? The 14th Amendment, in a sense, ends up with the Americans with Disabilities Act, so we treat and we give fair access to people that are handicapped. The 14th Amendment has been used by women, it's been used by gay Americans, it's been used by different Native American groups, all to say the same thing, that if your state is denying you your liberty, because a lot of times we talk about liberty being denied by the federal government, and the Bill of Rights is supposed to take care of that. But what happens if it's the state that's taking away your rights? Now you have an instrument, a federal instrument, to protect you from your state, which in a sense is weird in the Constitution. But the 14th Amendment's huge, guys, beyond Reconstruction. 15th Amendment is black male vote. If you could just remember that free, equal citizens vote, that's 13, 14, 15. And always say the amendments together. So it's not the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. It's the 15th Amendment. Say it with me again. 15th Amendment. 15. Because they go together, the Reconstruction Amendments. Free, abolish slavery, 13. Equal citizens, the citizen part, but most importantly, the equal protection, because it changes federalism. It says no state shall deny. And then the federal government's going to enforce that, which expands federal power. So, in a sense, the 14th Amendment is flexibility of the Constitution. 15, African American male vote. Women haven't gotten the right to vote yet. Reminder, in women's history, you definitely need Seneca Falls. That's 1848, because women are going to demand the right to vote. They're going to demand equal pay. They're going to demand suffer all these things. Way back in 1848, Elizabeth Stanton at the Seneca Falls Convention, Women's Declaration of Sentiments, basically Declaration of Independence for Women. And that's another thesis you can use among your thesi, is that change happens in America. It just happens quite slowly. And you can use that thesis in your opening paragraph and then write about, women from Seneca Falls to the 19th Amendment in 1919 with the right to vote, the fight for the ERA, the Equal Pay Act, the Title IX. You could just keep going. You could talk about African American rights and the slow progression, or any group. No change is automatic. All right, other vocab for Reconstruction. You definitely want to get military occupation down, the Freedmen's Bureau down, which is an African American, in a sense, training institution to help African Americans adapt to life. Most African Americans were sharecroppers in Reconstruction and afterward, which basically is another name for a legal slave. If you think about what slaves do all day, they field the crops. What do sharecroppers do all day? They field the crops. Where do slaves live? They live on the plantation. Where do sharecroppers live? On the plantation. The only trick is now the sharecroppers get to work to make money to pay the former slave master rent to live on the land, to repeat the cycle. It's just terrible. Other vocab, and I don't know why the hell they still have this on the test, but they do. True, Matai? Scallywag, carpetbagger. Am I wrong? What the hell? What's going on? WTH, man. Regents, New York, get rid of this vocab. Carpetbaggers. First of all, both of these words, they hate them in the South, all right? If the Klan gets hold of either of these groups, the Ku Klux Klan, you're gonna die. Carpetbaggers were Northerners who traveled to the South to profit off Reconstruction, right? Carpetbagger, like they had all their stuff in a bag, they put it on a carpet, they dragged themselves down to the South to make money off occupation. The Southerners see it as occupation, and they're not liked very much. Scallywags! Scallywag's a traitor. A scallywag like a pirate. It's not like a pirate, I just like saying pirate. A scallywag was a Southern supporter of Reconstruction, so I say a traitor because that's how the Klan's going to see him. They're going to say bad words that I can't say in front of the camera, but they're basically going to say, you're a traitor, you're one of them. Reconstruction. Is that good, Big Ty, you think? I think that covers it. We should move on, right? All right, so let's get to the end of Reconstruction, which is a sucky story. If you want to watch a cool video, I think I have a video on the Compromise of 1877. I'm not sure. But the Compromise of 1877 is the end of Reconstruction. I'll say it again. The Compromise of 1877 is a sad day for black people and for white people. It's a sad day for human beings. The Compromise of 1877 is basically what removed the military from the South. You know, those African Americans were being protected by the military. And look, I'm sure there's other bad stuff going on. There's graft and thievery and yada, yada, yada. But white Southerners aren't going to treat black Southerners very well if there's not a guy with a gun protecting the black guy. And in 1876, there was an election, and we're going to teach you something about the Electoral College right now, which is you can win the popular vote and lose the Electoral College. You can watch my video on it. But basically, when you run for president, you run, and again, here's my fake map, in 50 states. And when you win that state, you win that magic number. Remember the magic number? The magic number is your House of Rep, which is based on population, taken at the census, plus two senators, right? So if you win enough states and you don't have large margins by which you win by, you can win the Electoral College. You could get, you know, the majority of electoral votes, but if you count all of the votes in all of the states by popular vote, you could have a less number. That's a humongous negative of the Electoral College. So in 1876, in the Hayes-Tilden election, Tilden had more votes. Tilden had more votes. Tilden was the Democrat. He had more votes. But it was a controversy. It was a very close election, and they made a bargain. And the bargain was that Hayes, the Republican, was given the presidency. He was given the electoral votes of Florida, I think something like Oregon, and maybe another state. Tennessee sounds good to me. But basically, his deal was, give me the presidency and I'll take the troops out. I'll remove the troops. Black people call it the Great Betrayal, because I can almost see, as those troops in blue come out of the South, I can see these army of whites in white sheets jumping out of the trails. This is Jim Crow now. Now Jim Crow is going to run the South. What is Jim Crow? It's everything bad that you learned about American history from 1870 to 1970, right? Jim Crow in the South is lynching. It is death. Thousands and thousands of black people were lynched by white people for crimes they did not commit or they were just accused of. Jim Crow is custom. Jim Crow is calling every white person sir, even if you're a doctor and they're a racist piece of filth. Jim Crow is them calling you boy, even if you are a successful businesswoman. Well, that would be ridiculous because you'd be a girl. But it's customary. Jim Crow is if you're at a four-way stop sign and you're black and you got there first, but a guy in a white guy is coming, you got to wait for him to go. Jim Crow is segregation. It's separate schools. Jim Crow is separate pay. Jim Crow is separate rules. Jim Crow is racism to the T in society, culture, law, civilization in the South. It is everything. It is the way of life. And Jim Crow is allowed to flourish, not only because of the removal of those troops, Compromise of 1877, but because of the failure of the Supreme Court to read the 14th Amendment and enforce it the way that it was designed to be enforced. Let's do a court case, all right? And then we'll see about time. I'm looking at the time. It's 9:44. We're going to do the best that we can. Yeah. So let's do a really, really great Supreme Court case. And that Supreme Court case is Plessy v. Ferguson, 1896. In Plessy versus Ferguson, we're doing Jim Crow now, Louisiana, and this is great content. Talk about outside information. Louisiana had a series of segregated laws, and one of them was called the Separate Car Act. And what that did was it basically created separate train cars for black and white people. And they're separate and they're not equal. The white car is, good food and good, good cleanliness, and they clean it and they have, great service. The black car is the cattle car. Just stack the people in there and whatever. So Homer Plessy, was 1/8 black. And again, I think this proves that the African American community is doing a targeted, challenge to the law then. And they're doing that using a light-skinned black person, so it is more likely that the case will get heard. Homer Plessy had ties to the community in Louisiana. He was a successful businessman. But he breaks the law on purpose to get arrested to challenge the law. To go to the Supreme Court and go, let's do your Marbury versus Madison, let's do your judicial review, let's look at the Separate Car Act, and let's rip that mole up. Let's rip it up. Rip up Jim Crow. Because the 14th Amendment says no state, Louisiana, shall deny its citizens, Homer Plessy, equal protection under the cars. And this is where the Supreme Court makes one of its worst decisions ever. When we do Supreme Court, we do cases that limit power and cases that, limit rights and expand rights. Plessy is going to limit rights because what this decision says is that when they read the 14th Amendment, they're going to come up with the idea, that separate is equal. Separate is equal. So by saying separate's equal, they're keeping the 14th Amendment true to its word. But they're allowing for Jim Crow. It's Plessy versus Ferguson that allows for Jim Crow. All right, moving on. Let's take just a 2-minute break. I got to get a quick drink of water, and then we're going to roll into industrialization, the Gilded Age, a humongous period where America's going to grow rapidly. We're going to change our foreign policy, and we're going to throw more vocab words at you than a meister. I don't even know what a meister is. 2 minutes.
Yeah. We not making history. This is history. Yeah. Andrew Carnegie, Joe Pulitzer. Check it out. OG, the tough to bang. Okay. Feel me? Who's falling? Yo, I don't even need a beat. I can kick it like a fella do rock you out. John T. Rockefeller, the big living. I'm bigger than Jay-Z. They ain't the fucking company as the man. I'm the OG. More than the bad days stand for. That's just what I'm a couple of days. I'm going to trust it. Yes, I did. Now I gobble up these killer centers like a chicken face. So these snacks, that's me, JP Morgan. Vital organ. Buy people like they all been. Shake it, heard about me. Ain't just skilled it. Banks I built it. Towns I filled it. Charlotte Barry hotter than most these whack cats. I'm a real hustler. Putting trains on real track. Giving those real facts. Little homie, pay attention. The only one that used the law to bring me my position. Ask the mic. I made you Carnegie. The one all you senators wanna be. The opposite of poverty. Carnegie still. Yeah, we have a whole monopoly. Like a race of elder. I'm rags to riches. I used to have no dope. Now my paper vision. Social Darwinism. Yeah, I can't be stopped. Like the middle left problem.
I'm going to pick it up. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know it be. JP, say? It's gotta be the gimmick. You saying if I'm too rich, they make a law to tell me how I gotta spend it. The laissez-faire economy save me. The rest can't touch cause I'm higher than Marley. Bars, yo, no litter. I'm 10 on the Richter. I'm how they set the standard for all prize winners. US go to war, use news to divide us. In Cuba, Teddy Roosevelt screaming, Rough Riders. Tell me who's in control of your worldview. The man with paper in hand politics the truth. I don't need no facts. This is yellow journalism. Exaggerate the truth. Sensationalism. Rockefeller eat shrimp, dip the caviar. I don't need a car. I run on real Jaguars. Keep the prices high to wage slow. So the Knights of Columbus though, pull control. I own 90% of all. Keep it greasy. These machine politics get it kinda sleazy. Me and Wall Street, yeah, we own the boat. Tammany Hall player, yep, that ain't no joke. I'm the boss, I'm living large. I'm a tycoon and a big ballin'. I'm the boss, I'm living large. I'm a tycoon and a big ballin'. I'm the boss, I'm living large. I'm a tycoon and a big ballin'. I'm the boss, I'm living large. I'm a tycoon and a big.
All right, guys. I'm gonna pick up the pace, man. We'll be here till 4 in the morning. Hughes can't shut up. Okay. Somebody really posted, am I of homosexual orientation? What if I was? Would you not watch? Then turn off. I am married, but I could be. You never know. My goodness. So what number are we on, guys? Let's stick to this a little bit. And again, the website I keep mentioning, just Google HipHughes, HIPHUGHES, and you'll see hiphughes.blogspot.com. And there's a link way up on top that says 114 things you need to know. And it's a really great study kind of worksheet that you can work off of to practice some of the concepts on the test. And also, definitely go to the YouTube page. If you haven't gone to the YouTube page, if you could be so kind to click the subscribe button. We're coming out with new videos all the time, and that's all I ask you to do. And tweet the video now, and let's get people listening. All right, so let's stick to this. I'm looking at number 47. We're past Reconstruction, and we've already done Jim Crow. But two of the early civil rights leaders, number 47, say, is Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. And the concept is quite simple. When you hear Booker T. Washington, I think overalls, because the concept is work now. He's a black leader telling black people the best way to move forward in this world is not to fight all the time against people for civil rights, but to work on yourself, to get a vocational education. He starts Tuskegee Institute, and he's telling people to strive for your best, to take care of your family, and that civil rights will naturally evolve. W.E.B. Du Bois I've always seen more in kind of a bow tie and a briefcase. He's the founder of the Niagara Movement. Later that blossoms into the lobby group, the NAACP. And he's not waiting for nobody. He's telling African Americans and, white people that they need to help African Americans fight for their rights, to lobby the government, to change the laws, to enforce the Constitution the way that it's supposed to be, equality for all. So, yeah, I don't know what number I'm on now.
I gotta quit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh. Yeah, if someone's doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, don't be rude, guys, man. Someone's being rude on the comments saying like that stuff.
I'm gonna block.
Yeah, get the hell out of here. What are you doing, man? I don't want to be that guy, but come on. Jeez, instant karma's gonna get you. Okay, so I lost my track. I gotta move, guys. I gotta move. Okay, so number 48. Let's do 48. I can do 48, 49. I can do this without looking. Okay, so let's do industrialization. The concepts of industrialization are basically the ideas that allow the country to grow rapidly, to industrialize. And this is a world concept. We're going to urbanize. We're going to, do cheap labor. Immigration's going to increase. We're going to build things really fast. And this is called the Gilded Age. It's called the Gilded Age because although economically it looks like a boom, underneath the surface, gilded means something looks good, but underneath the surface, there's a lot of bad things. So the thematic essay, this is really a good thematic essay, is the positives and the negatives of the industrial age. Well, the positives are that we grow rapidly economically and we do create lots of jobs, lots of cheap jobs, but lots of jobs. And we build things. We build the Transcontinental Railroad, right? The government gives railroad companies subsidies like free land. They make the railroad, they build it using Chinese labor and immigrant labor, and the economy grows rapidly, and so does Manifest Destiny. This is part of industrialization. But in order to allow industry to grow so fast, It's almost like thinking about if you want a runner to run really fast and you're the coach, what do? You give them steroids, that's like the subsidies, and then you get the hell out of the way. You put your hands up, ooh, laissez-faire. You put your hands up, laissez-faire. You put your hands up, and you allow business to grow unfettered. You allow them to do what they do best, which is make money, create jobs, grow really fast, make stuff people want. That's at the heart of free market capitalism or laissez-faire economics. And during the industrial age, that's what the Republican Party did. They allowed business to do what they wanted. And out of that, the positives, lots of jobs, lots of immigration, lots of cheap jobs, but lots of jobs, lots of things built, a lot of new products, a lot of invention. You have a lot of growth fast. The negatives are overwhelming. The negatives are the types of jobs that it creates. Without government regulation, there's no regulation on work. So therefore, people are being worked 15 hours a day. They're making no money. They're working under dangerous, dangerous conditions. You have child labor. You have, pollution. You have unsafe everything. It's not good. It's not good. That's one negative. Other negatives are if you are, think of it this way, laissez-faire works great. Free market capitalism works great if you have people that are competing that are the same size. Because then the best person wins, right? The person with the best product that charges the least. But it's not a fair fight. The fight is between some guy that has one arm and one eye and 4 teeth and JP Morgan, who has all the money in the world. So what does a monopolist do? He collects companies. He kills competition. You want a magic word? There's your magic word. Say it a million times, competition. In order for capitalism to work, you need competition. You need stores to compete. You get better products. You get better jobs. You get better, everything. But if you have monopolies and corporations that are too big for their britches, they're going to kill competition. And then what are they going to do to the price? Jack it up. And what are they going to do to the salaries? Lower them down. And what happens to the product? Unsafe. So the positives and negatives of industrialization. Now, let's go to foreign policy. And again, we can talk about social Darwinism. Social Darwinism is the theory that allows this to happen ethically. That why can we live in a society where we have, millions of people that are living on the edge, that are, with no money and no food and no sanitation and no nutrition, and then have some people that are living so high on the hog that they can't even see the bottom where everybody lives. And the concept of social Darwinism, that it's supposed to evolve that way, that certain amongst us are born with the skills and the natural ability to climb here, where everybody else lives down here, social Darwinism. I'm rubbing my belly. Now, am I rubbing my belly because I'm hungry? Yeah, my belly doesn't hurt, and I'm not creepy. Imperialism, guys, let's do imperialism. Imperialism is the foreign policy that goes with industrialization. Imperialism is the concept that when you're growing as you industrialize, think of industrialization as the period of America where we're like 14, right? And we're growing. I don't want to grow breasts because I'm a man. We're growing muscles. We're getting hair in weird places, right? We're growing, getting tall really, really fast. So what do you need to do when you're growing? You get hungry, you need to eat more. And now our foreign policy for years was isolationism, right? Isolationism. We stayed the hell away from Europe. Now that evolved a little bit. I'm not going to say dog piss in the hood, but I just said dog piss in the hood. This is the Monroe Doctrine. In 1823, James Monroe goes down to Latin America and he pisses all over it. Don't write that in your essay. I'll lose my job. But the concept of the Monroe Doctrine is he basically says, points to Latin America and looks at Europe and goes, yo, we good? I'll stay away, you stay away, all right? If James Monroe was in a gang, he'd be the guy graffitiing the outer edges of the hood, telling the other gangs, yo, my hood, my hood. That's the Monroe Doctrine. And now the Monroe Doctrine has created not only a sphere of influence, but a sphere of influence that we think we can do something in. And we're hungry. What do you need if you're Hershey? What do you need if you're going to make a chocolate bar? Love, right? You need love. You need to like children. And you need cocoa beans. Lots and lots of cocoa beans. Is it cocoa beans or cocoa leaf? It's cocoa beans. Cocoa beans. And there ain't no cocoa beans in Alabama. Where are cocoa beans? They're in, Colombia, Cuba. They're somewhere else. So we need those raw materials. You want regents answers? There's your regents answer. Rub your belly and go, I'm hungry for raw materials. I'm hungry for Cuban sugar, and I'm hungry for cocoa leaves from Cuba. Or Colombia. I'm hungry for the Panama Canal. I'm hungry for pineapples in Hawaii. I'm hungry for oil in Alaska, but I'm hungry for raw materials. And I'm hungry for new markets, right? Open door policy with China, right? I see the Chinese market, and my corporation capitalistic fangs are just drooling. God, man, if I could sell them Hershey bars. So our foreign policy matches our self-interest. Thesi, thesi, thesi. Foreign policy. Our foreign policy always matches our interest. So what's our interest under Washington? Not to get our ass kicked. So it's isolationism. What's our interest as we manifest destiny? To make sure that we expand our hood. Monroe Doctrine. What's our interest as my rubbing my belly? That we get raw materials and new markets. Self-interest, baby. All right, so in imperialism, we can't do everything for you tonight. You're going to do Spanish-American War. Really great vocab with how we got into that war with yellow journalism, exaggerating stories out of Cuba, the sinking of the USS Maine, which was likely a disaster that we blamed on Spain. But, you know, we said we were going to Cuba to liberate. That was called the Teller Amendment. We told everybody, we're going to help the Cuban people. They're like little Spanish Thomas Jeffersons down there. And we're going to go declare their independence and then leave them alone. Because the Spanish were in Cuba, right? So, Spanish-American War, bada boom, bada bing, some Rough Riders. What do? We throw the Spanish out of Cuba, and then we stick our foot so far up the Cubans' butt that we're controlling them like Pinocchio. That was called the Platt Amendment. We were basically like, you're free, but we're going to help write your Constitution. But you're free, and we get to veto any treaties that you sign in the future. But you're free, and we get to intervene militarily if there's any issues going on. But you're free, and we get to Guantanamo Bay, which is a base for our Navy. Psych. So that's imperialism. Imperialism, or the Roosevelt corollary. Teddy Roosevelt becomes president in 1900 after the assassination of William McKinley. But his policy is, speak softly and carry a big stick to get what you want. Get what you want. You can't always get what you want, but you get what you need. If you try sometimes, that's not the song, is it? Did I get the words pretty close? Yeah. So think of like Panama Canal. I can't tell the story of the Panama Canal, but Panama wasn't Panama before the Panama Canal. Panama was Colombia. And so Teddy Roosevelt went down and bada boom, bada bing, Panama Canal. That's imperialism, or the story of Hawaii. Open door policy. All right, we're going to move on. So let's do a little section. We'll take a break. I'm going to get to the 20th century in the next 10 minutes, I promise. So why are my hands up, guys? My hands are up because I'm laissez-faire in it, right? I'm doing it Gilded Age style, right? The government has a laissez-faire policy, except for some subsidies and some tariffs to help the rich people. We're basically hands-off society, right? And what the people are beginning to do on the bottom, thesis time, is they're getting a little bit mad. They're getting upset. So what the next section is, populism and progressivism, is getting the federal government to begin to regulate the problems that are festering because of laissez-faire industrialization. So this is the thesis, that the government is slow to act until there is great demand by the people beneath. Change happens from the bottom, not from the top. So how does change happen? Think of it this way. Think of the federal government like the laissez-faire government, kind of like dancing on the stove, but the stove's not that hot. It can stand on the stove, actually. It runs the stove. It owns the stove. It is the stove. So when change happens, when you start getting people upset, it's like they're starting to light the stove slowly. And as that heat begins to start kind of coming up, the government eventually is going to be forced to do what? To put the fire out, to regulate the problem, to solve it, to deal with the issue, to do something that's not laissez-faire, that's action-orientated. So the populist era, what's the root of populist, right? Popular. So things that are popular amongst the people begin to rise. Some of those things include the Grange. I get to sing. Home, home on the Grange, where the farmers hate railroads all day, where they hate the gold standard, and they hate the big banks, and they want the government to regulate. I was freaking beautiful. One of the vocab words is the Grange. The Grange was a group of farmers that organized collectively to force the government to do things that were going to help their situation. First, they started kind of collectively buying goods at a cheaper price, but the Grange is one of those fires. The populists are one of those fires. Muckrakers. You want vocab? Here's your essay. Choose 2 individuals who produced literary works that changed American society. Muckrakers. Books are fires. Books are fires. The big ones on the test, guys, get it down, man. Upton Sinclair. Upton Sinclair was a socialist who wrote the book The Jungle in order to get people to pay attention to workers' rights. He's a socialist. He wants workers to unite. The problem was he chose a slaughterhouse to go undercover in. So when everybody's reading the book, they're not really caring about the poor worker. They're caring about their intestines because they're reading about the ferocious. Is ferocious a word? No. Ferocious? Yeah, that's not the right word, though. The horrible conditions of the slaughterhouses. How there's human beings that are falling into acid bins that are going into the meat. You know, rats and disease and cancerous lesions and ew. So what do they force the government to do after the jungle? The Meat Inspection Act, the Food and Drug Act, the Square Deal. We're dealing with a problem because the government's being forced to. You have The Octopus by Frank Norris writing about railroads. The Hepburn Act regulated the price of the railroads. You had Jacob Riis with photography, his book, How the Other Half Lives, that drew attention to the plight of child labor and what was going on in cities. This is the period where we begin to raise the stakes. And look, you have a lot of third parties, too. There's another thesis. Third parties never win, but they bring ideas, like the socialists. The socialists never win. Poor Eugene Debs. Google Eugene Debs, that poor bastard. He ran for president like 1,000 times. Lost 1,000 times. I think he ran from prison one time. Didn't he run from prison?
9 million votes.
9 million votes from prison. That's gangster, man. But it's still like 9% of the vote. So, I'm reading something. Laissez-faire! Throwing my hands in the air. Till I have rude.
Laissez-faire.
Laissez-faire is raising the roof for laissez-faire. Yeah, but the idea of like the socialists or the populists, the Progressive Party, the Grange, they're bringing ideas to the table like collective bargaining, rights for workers, unions, the 8-hour workday, income tax, ending child labor. These weren't ideas that started up here. They started down there. Even state reforms like the Wisconsin idea, the initiative to get people to be able to vote on things they wanted, referendums and recall and primaries. There's just a flurry of activity from the ground up that's going to produce regulation and it's going to produce laws. Let's go to some specific presidents now. Definitely Teddy Roosevelt, man. We talked about Teddy Roosevelt's foreign policy, the Roosevelt corollary. I call him Monroe with a gun. Monroe's like, you better stay away or I'll be real mad. Yeah. Teddy Roosevelt's like, you better stay away or I'll break your head open with my Navy bat. That's speaking softly and carrying a big stick. But domestically, he's also a humongous president. He's also really the last and maybe the true only progressive Republican president. Teddy Roosevelt became president after William McKinley was assassinated about 4 blocks from my school in Buffalo, New York. And when he was assassinated, we really switched ideology. William McKinley was a laissez-faire. Oh, yeah. McKinley was a laissez-faire, pretty conservative president. Teddy Roosevelt was a progressive governor of New York, and he is somebody who believes the government has a role in regulating society. So the Square Deal, I always rhyme it with fair, the Square Deal is the fair deal, is his domestic program to deal with these issues. It's on the Regents every year, guys. So how about this? How about you put your hands in the air when you look at presidents? If you see anything in the 1800s, keep your freaking hands in the air like you're being robbed. But if you see Teddy Roosevelt, if you see FDR, if you see Lyndon Johnson, start to put your hands down because you're going to be active. You're going to be a government that's expanding your power, that's solving problems, that's signing laws, that's regulating stuff, that's doing stuff. And the square deal did that. The square deal is the fair deal. The square deal had a conservational element. The National Reclamation Act created the national park system. Teddy Roosevelt saved the trees. He cut a lot down, but he saved a lot of trees. Teddy Roosevelt signed the Hepburn Act, which regulated the railroads. And most importantly, I don't have a baseball bat, but if this was a bat, the Sherman Antitrust Act, man. Remember what the magic word was for capitalism? It starts with a C. It's competition, right? You need competition in order to have a good system. Well, the Sherman Antitrust Act is Teddy Roosevelt's bat. So if he sees a monopoly, whack, 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 he's going to break it up. He's going to break it up so you have smaller businesses that can do what? That can compete against each other. But that takes a strong federal government and a regulatory hand to do. So you have the Sherman Antitrust Act, the Food and Drug Act after the jungle, the Meat Inspection Act. That's Teddy Roosevelt, baby. All right, there's a little bit of progressivism with Woodrow Wilson. We're not going to spend a lot of time on that. I've seen kids die, get the questioning Federal Reserve Act wrong. Just put your hands down. In fact, Woodrow Wilson, just put your hands down. Regulates regulates money with the Federal Reserve Act and interest rates. That's kind of weird questions. We're not going to do it all, guys. What I'm ready to do is I'm ready to do the foreign policy dance with you, and then we're going to march into World War I. Before you know it, it'll be cold out. The next thing you know it, I'll be saying goodnight. We're getting there, guys, but you're rock stars because you're hanging on for dear life, and we appreciate it. We probably have about another 5 minutes to go before I lied to you, and we have more time than that. So we're going to throw a song on, and we're going to move on from there. So let me get my little sign up. I'm losing it here. This is a good one right here. Oh, the Civil Rights song. This is a great one.
Of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream.
You okay?
No,
It is a
great.
dream
That's good.
deeply
Yeah, it's fun.
rooted in the American dream.
What time is it?
I have a dream that one day
Maybe 11.
this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
Comments positive for the most part?
I have a
Yeah.
dream.
Those two kids.
Just to hold us back. Brown versus Lord, open some doors. Back then, they call all blacks Negroes. We can get off the top, sort of like cerebros. Separate is an equal when in practice. My school is a shaft, mine is a path. I have to sit in the back of the bus, that's whackness. Second class citizen on account of my blackness. They say to change the world, you gotta take a stand. Rosa Parks took his seat, changed the face of the land. Martin had a plan, and even if you wanna change the world, that'd mean you gotta kill another man. Inspired by the people like the Roman Gandhi. A pacifist in the war without an army.
essay than Woodrow Wilson.
By drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred.
Noam Chomsky. I don't know if they'll get that joke or not. Okay, guys. So at the end, I'm going to guess a couple thematic essays. I mean, I've been right before, I've been wrong before, but I think that Mr. McTighe's been saying all night that if you get the big scope of American history, even if you don't know all the facts and the details, you should have enough to write about each essay. And I'm trying to give you thesis, like change is slow and stink don't stink till it's in your backyard, these types of things, so you can hang that on top. Most important thing in thematic essays is that you start with a thematic idea, something that goes beyond the facts, the blanket. One guessing strategy, and then I'm moving on, I promise. I've already done guessing strategies a little bit, but when you're on multiple choice, here's a surefire guessing strategy if you don't know the answer. It's called blankets, not washcloths. And what you're going to do is you're going to look at all the multiple choice. And this is only if you don't know it. If you have a gut feeling, I always say trust your gut. But if you don't know it, read each answer as though it was an assignment for a thematic essay your teacher gave you. And you should read at least 2 of them where you would say, I wouldn't be able to do that. I couldn't write an essay on that topic. And then hopefully you narrow it down to 2. You might even narrow it down to 1. Because answers are generally big answers. They're generally broad, conceptual, important, things that you would be able to write about rather than things that you'd rather forget. Another way of guessing is to do process of elimination with what I call nearly 100% answers. True or false? You ready for this? This is a good one. All Eskimos love the snow. What do you think? True? False? True? False? Did you answer the question? Because if you answered the question, you're ridiculous. How the hell would you know? Did you go ask all the Eskimos? Maybe it is, and I don't know. But if you're guessing, don't guess answers that have the word all, or never, or absolutely, or anything that sounds declarative where you can't get out of it. I don't even like answers like mostly, or sometimes, or whatever. They're like opinion answers. You can't really pick them. So if you use those guessing strategies to look for big vocab, to look for blankets, to eliminate answers you've never heard of, to eliminate 100% answers and such, you'll be a rock star, you'll be great, you'll do good. All right, so we're up to Woodrow Wilson. We're like almost in World War I. And I'll refer back to this list just for a second. And again, hiphughes.blogspot.com. You're going to the 114 things you better know. And we did Roosevelt Corollary. I'm looking at 57, 58. We did the Grange, Progressive Era, Muckraking, Federal Reserve Act. Yeah, we're up to World War I. I'll do the dance at the end because some of you just want to do chronological content. But I have a dance. You should watch it. It's the Foreign Policy Review Dance. And we do all of American foreign policy in like 9 steps. You already know 2 of them. You do Washington's farewell address. I'm lifting my leg. I do Monroe Doctrine, dog piss in the hood. I rub my belly, imperialism. If you've been following us, these make sense. If not, I'm just a creepy 40-year-old man rubbing my belly and pretending to pee in my bedroom. All right, so World War I. In that dance, by the way, after I rub my belly, I do what's called the turtle. And the turtle is the concept of when war breaks out, we retreat into ourselves. We go back to G. Remember GW, George Washington? Stay the hell away from Europe? That's a thesis, self-interest, right? We have no business in World War I because it's not affecting us directly. So when World War I breaks out with the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, we were like, no thanks, but no thanks. Although we still were supplying Great Britain with weapons. We remained neutral. We said we weren't involved. Now, here's a thesis. Like, you can do what you want, right? You can say what you want. I'm going to be in my shell. Unless you do what? Now I'm coming after you. And that's the concept of how we get involved in these wars. Call them knocks on the shells or slaps across the face. Triggers of war. The Spanish-American War was the sinking of the USS Maine. For every conflict, there's either an event that happened that got us in or something that we maybe stretched the truth that made us get us in. So in World War I, the Germans were up front. The Germans were like, we know you got stuff in the ships. We know that you're putting bombs in the passenger ships like the Lusitania. Don't do it. We're going to sink the ship. They even put it in the New York paper, a little article right before they did it. They're like, don't get on the U.S. Lusitania, don't get on the Lusitania, the British ship. We're going to sink it. You get on the ship, you're going to die. So what happened? Got on the ship, they sank the ship. And then we're all like, oh, you sank the ship, we're going to get you. The Zimmerman know when they tried to get Mexico to attack us. The sinking of the Lusitania in unrestricted submarine warfare is going to drag America out of the shell and Woodrow Wilson out of the shell. Bada boom, bada bing, we win World War I. You also have the Russian withdrawal after the Bolshevik Revolution, but yada, 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 I could talk all night. So now, this is really important. I get to sing again. I've already sang like 3 songs. At the end of World War I, you need to know about Woodrow Wilson's 14 points and the rejection of the Treaty of Versailles. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's checks and balances. It's treaties. It's foreign policy. It's all of these concepts. So I've always kind of thought to myself that when Woodrow Wilson goes over to Europe to get to this treaty, he goes over singing a song called the 14 Points. It sounds like this. 14 points, my friends, 14 points. Do you know the song I'm singing? The 14 points were points of peace. O Lord, League of Nations, we'll be free in the sea, and countries will choose their own leaders, everything will be great, unicorns exist. Whatever, the point is that this kumbaya kind of idealism of Woodrow Wilson, that's not what they look like when he get over there. When he get over there, the Allied powers like Italy and Great Britain and Russia are standing over Germany, and they're like stomping on their head. There's like blood squirting out. Right? They're like, it's your fault. We're taking your land. We're killing your, whatever. And Woodrow Wilson's like, hey guys, want to sign my groovy 14 points and like live with peace and love? Yeah, that's not cool. The only one he got was the League of Nations. So basically, he's coming back to the United States Senate's checks and treaty, check the balance, checks and balances. This is your check and balance essay. You want an essay? Write about this. Woodrow Wilson signs the Treaty of Versailles. When he goes back to the Senate's like, yo, what, you cray-cray. We're not going to join them. Look at them. They got knives up their sleeves. They got blood on their teeth. And you want to join the Mickey Mouse Club and hold hands? 9? No. No. And we reject the Treaty of Versailles, and we go back into isolationism. That's the concept. So, World War I, you start in the shell. You go knock on the shell, you go fight the war, you go back in the shell. We also have some domestic ideas that are going to be true in World War II as well. Domestic ideas like women go diesel. During war, women go diesel. They fill those factory jobs that men had when they go to war, and this fundamentally is going to change the women's movement. They're going to demand more rights. Go back to that Tina Turner analogy. They're getting big M&Ms. Right? They're getting freedom and independence. They're getting a salary and a paycheck. They're not going to want to go back to the way that it was. You also have a great migration occurred during both wars. These great migrations are of African Americans escaping Jim Crow. They see jobs in the North like a magnet, and they're going to be sucked up into the North by this economic pull. And that's going to lead again to freedom and independence. Not completely, but you get the Harlem Renaissance, an explosion of African American art and culture in the North that's going to change culture. It's going to change white-black relations. I think it changes a lot more than that. But Langston Hughes, Bessie Smith, Louis Armstrong, there's all these great cats that are going to change what it means to be black and how to express that and how culture is going to allow them to express that because of the Great Migration, because of World War I. And immediately after World War I, we get the 19th Amendment. The 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote. So that brings us into the 1920s. We're doing really good, guys. Let's do the 1920s concept, and then we'll take a break right before the New Deal. So just put your hands back up. That's all I want you to do. Just put your if you see a question in the 1920s, put your hands up. Because the basic concept is that the economy grew very rapidly because the government went back to kind of deregulation, keeping its hands up, letting business kind of roll and do what it wants. So really the concept, there's 3 concepts in the 1920s you need to know. Women change, that's the flapper concept. Women with the right to vote, they now have an independent streak, they're changing women's culture. Number 2, Harlem Renaissance, we've already talked about that. And number 3 is really Well, prohibition is a big one. The 18th and the 21st Amendment. Prohibition, the 1920s are dry, but people drink like freaking fishes. That's the speakeasy idea. Why does prohibition not work? Because nobody does it, right? How can a law work if nobody follows it? So what does prohibition result in? Gangsters and Al Capone and speakeasies and more drinking. And it's a great example of big checks and balances, changing the Constitution. We amended twice. Remember 1821, 2 drinking ages? The 18th Amendment relates to prohibition. The 21st Amendment is the end or repeal of prohibition. All right, but the other big concept, and we're going to take a break in a second, guys, is that the 1920s leads to the Great Depression. In the 1920s, you have a series of kind of economic factors that are really creating the foundational cracks that are going to result in the Great Depression. So here's a magic word for you: overproduction. Say it a million times. If you see it on the test, I don't care what the hell the question is. Just pick it. You should read the question. But seriously, they want you to know that in the 1920s, farmers were overproducing. This is an economic concept. You would think in your head it's good to produce a lot of stuff. If you produce a lot of stuff, you sell a lot of stuff. The problem is the more you produce, the less it's worth. So if you go to the supermarket and everybody's hungry for bananas, and there's 5 bananas and 1,000 people, what could you charge for the banana? I don't know, like a 20, right? If everybody really wanted them. What happens if you overproduce bananas? What if you go into the supermarket and there's like bananas to the ceiling? What happens to the price? They'd be giving them away. They'd be paying you to take them, right? So during the 1920s, because of the advent of credit, not the advent, but the expansion of credit, farmers are taking loans out. They're buying bigger tractors, bigger hoes. Did I just say bigger hoes? I did. I said bigger hoes. It's getting sketchy, you know. It's getting late. But that concept of overproducing is going to drop the price. Eventually, they don't make a profit. They can't pay the bank. They're going to lose their house. Their wife's going to hate them. Their kids are going to leave them, and they're going to be living in a van down by the side of the river. That's overproduction. You have margin buying. You have people buying stocks with 10% down. Imagine making a bet at Las Vegas, and the guy goes, all right, it's a $500 bet. Just put $5 down. I bet you win, and you'll win $10,000. Then you can pay me the $500, and then you lose. You owe $495 and you have nothing. So people are buying stocks on the margin, and when the stock market crashes in 1929, you're holding on to nothing. It's like owning a Mustang you just crashed off a cliff. You owe the money, but it's not worth anything. Credit and overexpansion. The 1920s, although it sounds really good, it's really getting ready for the Great Depression. So get your 1920s down, guys. Get flappers, get prohibition, get the Harlem Renaissance, and get the economic conditions that are getting ready for the Great Depression. So we're going to take a 2-minute. We're going to come back. We're going to do Great Depression. We're going to do New Deal, World War II, and then before you know it, it'll be bedtime. There's a 1920s one.
20s came in like a lion by the end that I was dying.
John, you can go. Yeah. Let's get you out of here. How much money you want?
People are starting to take it.
Yeah.
Like people are thinking about e-coms and stuff. But you still got, you just dropped another 300. I'm still answering questions. So, I'll leave when I start.
You sure? Yeah, let's go back. Don't.
Stop. It will take another year.
Yeah. This song's going to end.
Okay.
Right here. Play another song.
Okay.
Get you a beer.
This is preeminently the time to speak the truth, the whole truth, frankly and boldly. Nor need we shrink from honestly facing conditions in our country today. This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance.
Okay. I just put a big handful of cashews in my mouth. Cashews are vegetarian meat. All right, where are we, guys? Okay, we gotta do Schenck. Let's do Schenck, and then we'll jump into World War II or Great Depression. We haven't done a lot of Supreme Court cases, and I would encourage you to at least breeze through the Supreme Court for Dummies lecture. And you know, we have all these other lectures out there for thematic essays, but I want to kind of get Schenck down. You're going to get an essay this year that's going to be on the Supreme Court. I don't really know that, but I do sound declarative, don't I? And if you do, you should have 2 cases to write about that limit rights. And we've already done one of them, and that was Plessy versus Ferguson. Separate is equal. Now I would like to do Schenck versus United States, 1918, 1919. And during World War I, Schenck, I want to say Earl, Charles Schenck, baby, was a World War I protester that was advocating that people rip up their draft, that they don't go to the selective service, that they don't go to war. And he was arrested for that, for giving that type of speech. And he's going to the Supreme Court with the First Amendment in one hand, and that's it. He's saying that freedom of speech is unlimited. I should have the right to say this. And what the Supreme Court decides is that freedom of speech is not absolute. That during times of crisis, that you're not allowed to yell fire in a movie theater. Clear and present danger. That if speech crosses that line, I can say I hate blue people. I can say that blue people suck. I can say that I wish blue people weren't here. But if I say, let's go get a blue person, that creates a clear and present danger for the blue person. And what the court is saying, whether you agree or not, is that when you're telling people to violate a law that says go to war, you're endangering the war. Your voice has a clear and present danger to it. So you're not allowed to say that. So the First Amendment doesn't apply. Schenck versus United States. During times of crisis, rights are limited. All right, let's do Great Depression, New Deal, and we'll move on. And again, I gotta be brief, guys. I know you're dropping off like flies. You're getting tired. I'm getting tired of talking. My tongue is swelling. For the Great Depression, what you want to do is know that it starts in 1929 with a crash of the stock market, but certainly we've already talked about the expansion of credit and overproduction and margin buying and all those other factors that go into it. The Dust Bowl. I didn't even talk about the Dust. Google Dust Bowl and look at a picture and you'll be done. But when the stock market crashes, the administration is run by Herbert Hoover. And now, the easiest way to get the question right is to generally think of Hoover with his hands up, laissez-faire. That he's not going to really interfere with the economic forces. But he did. He passed tariff acts and he did raise taxes, but not to the extreme that the American people wanted. Hoover was a very active president. Hoover started the Hoover Dam, which is huge amounts of government spending to create national economic, growth and to create electricity and all that groovy stuff. But at the end of the day, you really should just say, Hoover, what the hell, because that'll help you on the test the most. The questions generally are, Hoover didn't do enough for the Great Depression. Hoover was responsible for the bonus army, which was a horrible story of soldiers protesting for their bonus pay and being attacked by the army. So they created homeless shelters called Hoovervilles. How would you like to have a town that's a shank, homeless place named after you? That sucks. So the analogy I've always used, and this works for my kids, is that FDR is a doctor. That the country has the Great Depression, we're really, really sick. Hoover's not solving the Great Depression. Hoover's not giving us the medicine that we think that we need. He's under-prescribing. So FDR comes in with a big ass called the New Deal, a bag of pills that's going to be designed to try to approach all of these different illnesses of the Great Depression. So the New Deal is called the Alphabet Soup. Go watch the Alphabet Soup video. I don't know what to tell you. There's the TVA, the Tennessee Valley Authority, and the FDIC to shore up banks, and the SEC to securitize the stock market. You have unemployment programs like the CCC and the WPA. I could talk forever, but the big concept is, what does FDR do with his hands? Bam, 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 bam. And you should get the question right. On the negative side, many people see FDR's New Deal as a step towards socialism, as deficit spending. We're spending more money than we have. And a lot of people were against what they saw as his I don't know, his view that he was a leader beyond constitutional power. That when he, for instance, I do the court packing thing like this. A couple of his programs, the NRA and the AAA, were ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. FDR got so pissed that he came up with a plan to increase the number on the Supreme Court. And since Congress could pass a law to do that, and Congress was Democratic, he thought he would just ask, they would give him new justices, he would appoint them, they'd put them on the court, they'd reverse the decisions. Cheater! And he never got that because it was seen as a violation of checks and balances and separation of powers. And it's one of the times that the country turned against FDR. So get New Deal down. I can't do too much more than that for you. We're going to go into World War II now. So if I'm doing that dance, I'm going to do that dance, right? And I'm grooving and I go, right, isolationism, dog piss, Monroe Doctrine, imperialism, neutrality, right? Lusitania, submarine warfare, World War I. What do I do at the end of World War I? I reject the Treaty of Versailles. I go back in the shell. So stay in that shell in the beginning of World War II. As Hitler is growing and he's being appeased, the United States passes a series of neutrality acts. We're staying out of it. In the dance, what I do is I put my head down and then I peek and I go, oh snap, and then I do this. I start throwing weapons to the Allies, Russia and Great Britain, because I want to stay in the shell, but I don't want my friends to go down like clowns. This is called the Lend-Lease Act. I'm staying neutral, but I'm helping Russia and Great Britain stay in the fight as the Nazis are kicking ass. And then finally, Pearl Harbor. Remember, crisis event affects big change. And it's Pearl Harbor that gets us directly into World War II. I can't do World War II. I can't do it. D-Day. We kick ass. Bam. The end. Holocaust is 10th grade. I'm not doing Holocaust. The big concept is that we're going to end that war. That's the big concept. And more importantly, in Japan, they always ask the question, why did Truman drop the atomic bomb? FDR dies in 1945. Remember that he broke George Washington's two-term rule. That's why we have the 22nd Amendment. You want an amendment, say 22, 222, 22, the 22nd Amendment, 22222, no more than 2 terms. But why did he drop the bomb? He dropped 2 atomic bombs. Remember, I got a vocab for you. The Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was the secret project to build the bomb. If you whisper it, you'll get it right every time. But why did he drop the bomb? Why did he kill like 200,000 people in an instant after he burned to death 300,000? Well, I guess FDR did. And the answer is on the Regents exam, to kill lots of people and to be happy about it. No, I kid you. That would be a terrible answer. The correct answer is he dropped the atomic bomb to save American lives. They're never going to make America look really bad, guys. They're not going to have an answer that makes you go, oh, we suck. So they have the answer in a way that says, look, if we didn't drop the bombs, we would have had to invade Japan. There would have been millions of casualties. So we did it to spare deaths. So we dropped the atomic bomb and World War II is over. And now in the dance, I want you to start doing this. Because the new foreign policy is started, and it's called containment, starting at Yalta, where Stalin and FDR divide the world into 2 spheres. A communist sphere, the Bloods, the Warsaw Pact, and the NATO side, the American side. And basically the concept is going to be that the United States needs to stop the spread of communism. So we'll let the communists be where they were. But if they spread, we're going to take dramatic action to stop it. So look at all of your containment vocabulary. You have the Marshall Plan. I call it the Momo Marshall because we gave Europe billions of dollars so they wouldn't turn communist, so we could secure their economy. You have the Berlin airlift to save West Berlin. You have the Cuban Missile Crisis where we blockaded Cuba in order to get missiles out of the island. Not only that, we tried to kill Castro and invade them with the Bay of Pigs. You have the Vietnam War conflict, the Gulf of Tonkin, the expansive presidential power. You have the Korean conflict. You have all of this great vocabulary that goes to the heart of this. Containment. Domino theory, that if you don't stop it, if you don't contain it, all of the world will turn communist. This turns into a Red Scare in the United States, World War I and World War II, where we went after suspected communists. In World War II, after World War II, it was called McCarthyism, where we had such a fear that communists were inside the United States that friends turned friends in, that people lost their careers, that we blacklisted Hollywood directors. Lucille Ball, for God's sakes, that they grilled people and that really innocent people went down.
Ronald Reagan named names.
Ronald Reagan named names. So did Nixon. Didn't Nixon?
Yeah.
Well, Nixon made them name names, didn't he? Yeah. So McCarthyism, a lot of kids associate it with like the Crucible or the Salem witch trials. In a time of crisis, it's easy to pinpoint somebody and go after them. So calling somebody a communist would be today like calling an Arab American a terrorist in front of the FBI. They're gonna get grilled and they're possibly gonna lose their civil liberties. So that's the concept of McCarthyism and kind of the Cold War. And guys, we're just throwing stones across the water at this point. I mean, there's just so much more out there. It's just that we're running out of time, and I'm going to stop this at 11 o'clock no matter what, because you guys have to go to bed, definitely. All right, so let me look at the sheet here, guys. I can go a little bit longer before we take a break. Let's do Korematsu. Korematsu is another Supreme Court case. We're done with our cases that suck, by the way. All right? Every case I've done sucks, right? I mean, you don't really care about Marbury and Madison. We had Gibbons and McCulloch, these early strength cases. What? Dred Scott? Sucks. Plessy versus Ferguson? Kind of sucks. Schenck versus United States? Not the best for freedom of speech. And now we have Korematsu versus United States. Fred Korematsu, that's right. I love that because the last name is Korematsu. And his first name is Fred. Fred Korematsu. And that gives you the main idea that this is not a Japanese guy. This is an American guy with a Japanese ancestry. And Korematsu versus the United States was about the denial of habeas corpus for Japanese Americans during World War II. Guys, we locked them up. Guys, we put them in detention centers. We took Japanese Americans on the West Coast away from their homes, away from their friends, away from their jobs. We put them in the desert. We built a big fence, and we made them stay inside it for years. And we did this in the name of, national security, that they could be spies, that during times of crisis, someone loses their habeas corpus rights. In this case, it was Japanese Americans. And this was upheld by the Supreme Court in Korematsu versus United States, 1944. All right, I'm looking at the list. We're getting down there. It's happening. Where am I?
Korematsu.
Yeah, I gotta jump out of there. Yeah, you gotta look at the list, man. I can't do Truman fired MacArthur, desegregated the army, baby boom. There's just so much on here. Why don't we do civil rights, all right? That's a big one. And then we gotta kind of compromise and see where we can go with this. For civil rights, I've always used the thesis that civil rights is change slowly. And you can start, if you want, with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Look at the denial through Plessy. Look at the W.E.B. Du Bois and the Booker T idea. And then the next big change is 1948, really, with the desegregation of the Army. This is done through Commander-in-Chief Executive Order. Harry Truman desegregates the Army. It's just like, bam. Like Obama did with gay soldiers that are serving in the military. He just ended the discrimination. And that's what Harry Truman did. He just ended the discrimination. I kind of see that as kind of like pushing the ball down the hill. That when black soldiers were integrated with white soldiers, they saw like civil rights is coming, so let's go with it. Not long after, you get Brown versus Board of Ed, which basically said, Plessy versus Ferguson, you are so wrong. Separate's about as equal as water is dry. That's ridiculous. Separate is not equal. Separate is inherently unequal. Therefore, the 14th Amendment now has teeth. I always saw like Plessy as first I always saw the 14th Amendment like a tiger. Like the 14th Amendment was like a federal tiger that went down south. It was like, I'm going to protect black people. And then Plessy takes the teeth out. Like if separate's equal, I can't protect equality because separate is equality, which is not equality. Brown puts the teeth back in. And now by ruling separate is not equal, first schools are going to be desegregated, and then the ball is just going to come crashing down the hill, and we're going to get to 1964 Civil Rights Act. So the civil rights movement is rooted in civil disobedience. That's important to realize. If you're using Martin Luther King, you connect him to Gandhi or Walt Whitman, this idea that you violate unjust laws and that you do that to draw attention because stink don't stink until it's in your backyard. I mean, think about that thesis. Think about the story of Emmett Till, the young black teenage boy who was brutally murdered in Mississippi. And when his mother had that open casket and showed his brutalized face to the world saw Jim Crow. The world saw the violence that occurred to this little boy from the Ku Klux Klan, and the world turned against the Ku Klux Klan. That stink don't stink until it's in an open casket in Look magazine. That's the concept. And I think that Emmett Till story, that Brown versus Board, that the desegregation of the Army is just the ball moving. And now African Americans and whites, a lot of white Jews and liberals and young people and college students are going to engage in civil disobedience, whether it's the Congress of Racial Equality and the Freedom Rides, riding buses, black and white, through the South and getting tormented and buses lit on fire, whether it's SNCC, the Students for Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, that did sit-ins in Greensboro and the Carolinas in the early 1960s, and they had the nonsense beat out of them by white thugs, whether it is the marches in Birmingham or in Selma. It's all the violence that people see. You know, I've taught the city for a long time, and I've had a lot of kids, and I'm sure you have too, if you're teachers or you've heard kids say that. Yo, I wouldn't let no one disrespect me. Yo, they do that to me, I jaw 'em. And then you'd be hanging on a tree and your family by 7 o'clock that night. And I think it's that really real threat that shows how brave these people were to take the beatings, to turn their backs, to get bit by the dog, all so it could be filmed or photographed and be shown to the world, because stink don't stink until it's wherever. And that fire thesis begins to work. And then what's the government going to do? Regulate the problem. So for civil rights, you need to at least go to 1964. In 1964, Lyndon Johnson, another president with his hands down, is going to sign the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which is going to end discrimination, public accommodation places at least. And the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which is going to give the government the ability to regulate elections down south so African Americans can register and vote, which is the point of it all, isn't it? All right, let's look at this list, guys. I'm looking at the clock. It's getting really late. A lot of you probably need end of the year stuff anyway, so I'll jump around a little bit. Let's do number 91, which is really, really big on the exam, and do some Warren Court cases. How about that? We've done enough cases which suck. Let's do some cases that take the 14th Amendment and use it to expand some of these rights to states. Let's do 3. Engel versus Vitale. Now that's one that's not on the test that much. That's no school prayer. Miranda? Yeah.
Escobedo Miranda.
Yeah, and Map. I like Map.
Map.
Let's do Map.
Someone wants the dirty old lady.
I love the dirty little old lady. Who does that?
Someone asked for it.
Someone asked for the dirty little old lady? You're a disgusting human being. What the hell do you think you're doing, man? It's 11 o'clock. You're on the internet looking for a dirty little old lady? Pig child. Okay. Well, it's actually a funny joke, but I used that story to tell Map versus Ohio, or the dirty little old lady story. Map lived in Ohio. She was an older lady, if you know what I mean. Ching. And she was related to a suspect in a crime. I think it was her nephew or something like that. And the police basically came to her house looking for the nephew. And she knew her rights. I think that Don King had something to do with it. I think they were related to Don King. I do. Google it. Someone Google it. Don King, Map versus Ohio. And when they asked to come in her house to look for the suspect, Map was like, you ain't coming to my house. Talk to the hand. You need a warrant. Remember 4th Amendment? Right? So the cops flash a phony warrant. They're like, here's your warrant. Miss Map takes it and puts it down her cleavage. I poop you not. So then with the phony warrant, they go into the house to look for the suspect. The suspect's not there, so the cops were probably so pissed, they started going through Map's stuff. And they end up in her basement, and they find, you ready for this? Pornography. Obscene, disgusting pornography. That was illegal at the time. So they used that pornography to convict Mapp on obscenity charges. And she's going to the Supreme Court, Mapp versus Ohio. This is so important. Mapp versus Ohio, not Mapp versus the United States. This is why it's 14th Amendment. Remember 14th Amendment? No state, Ohio, shall deny its citizens, dirty little lady, equal protection and due process, that we treat all suspects the same in all the states. And the concept is, the Fourth Amendment doesn't say what to do with evidence that's obtained illegally. It just says you need a warrant. It doesn't say, and if you don't, this is what happens. So what is the Warren Court doing? They're taking the Fourth Amendment and they're using the 14th Amendment to do what? To expand the words and to apply that to all states. A lot of these cases you already know if you watch Law and Order. You guys watch Law and Order at least once, right? What happens if the cops are interviewing a suspect and they're like, tell me you did it, tell me you did it. What happens the second the guy says lawyer? They're like, oh snap, and they walk away. That's Escobedo versus Illinois. Don King snitched on Mapp. Son of a bitch, I was right. What? Escobedo versus Illinois. Escobedo asked for a lawyer. The Illinois police were like, your lawyer will be here soon enough. Just talk a little longer. Meanwhile, the lawyer's in the other room and they're like, you want coffee? And they kept interviewing him and they finally got him to confess and they used the confession against him. And he's saying, what about my Fifth Amendment right? Not only do I have the right to remain silent, I asked for a lawyer. What happens now? You ask for a lawyer no more. Miranda versus Arizona. My God, some of you know Miranda personally, you poor sons of poops, right? If you've ever been read that, you have the right to remain silent, right? All of that comes from a disgusting guy named Miranda. Was it Miranda like a killer or a child killer or something? You don't know? Someone Google that. Google whether Miranda was a child killer. He did bad stuff. I know he did bad stuff. And the cops grilled him and 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 grilled him, and he broke. And he told them what they wanted to hear, and he went to jail on his confession. And he told the police or the judge later, I didn't know I had the right to remain silent. If I knew that, I would have never talked. Look, the Fifth Amendment says you have the right to remain silent. It doesn't say that you have to be told that you have the right to remain silent. Now it does. Miranda versus what? Miranda versus what? Arizona. So that's the Warren Court. And there's other ones in there. You could get TLO or, oh my God, TLO. Students, you don't have as much rights as you think. That's TLO. How about that?
Miranda was a rapist.
Miranda was a rapist. There you go. I'm just filled with all this useless, disgusting knowledge of my American history. All right, so let's look at numbers. We'll take one more break and do one more stretch, and then, guys, you guys are going to kill me. We got to end this, man. If we're looking at numbers on the sheet, we kind of did 85. I didn't do Little Rock 9. Little Rock 9 is a great story. Eisenhower enforcing the Supreme Court. Remember Jackson didn't enforce Worcester versus Georgia? It's Eisenhower enforces Brown versus Board when the Little Rock 9 are not allowed to go to school in Arkansas. So what does Eisenhower eventually do? He sends the U.S. Army in there to show them who their daddy is. Who's your daddy? That's Supremacy Clause. That's federalism. That's really great stuff. JFK's Peace Corps. Jesus Christmas.
Boston, Ryder, and Sullivan really want some Reagan.
They want me to do Reagan?
Yeah, they've been asking all night.
All night? I'm almost there. I'll do Reagan to end it. We'll wrap up with Reagan and some Bush and some 9/11 stuff. Let's do like 60s, 70s a little bit. I'm not going to do Great Society. Just, if you know FDR, do LBGA Part 2, right? More like programs, like Medicaid, Medicare, food stamps, housing and urban development. And, I know a lot of people see these as handouts, and maybe so. I mean, the negative, obviously, is you create some government dependency. But I challenge anybody to look at the poverty rates before and after the Great Society and the war on poverty. And certainly, if you want to see a child hungry, going to a bad school, living in a homeless tent, and saying that's being an American with opportunity, I at least challenge you on that. But needless to say, you should know something about the war on poverty. Other vocab, Roe versus Wade is your pro-choice case, which legalized abortion or allowed women to make the choice whether or not they wanted to carry a pregnancy based on the 4th, 9th, and 14th Amendment. If you hear the word détente, blow on your hand. Détente. Détente. It's the ending or the cooling off of the Cold War. Nixon going to China, SALT, the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaties. You should definitely know the word affirmative action, number 95. Affirmative action was first used to kind of operate as a quota system to make sure that African Americans were in the same numbers as whites and other minority groups by using quotas. That was made illegal by the Bakke decision in '76. Although race, as well as economics, as well as legacy, can be used as one factor amongst other factors when determining eligibility for schools and such. You should know that, my God, the New York Times versus the United States, Camp David. Wow, there is just so much here, guys. I think that we got to cut this short. So why don't we do this? Let's come back and do like Nixon and Reagan and Carter, and we'll wrap it up, guys. I just need to get a drink. We'll be right back. We'll do 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll tuck you in, and that's disturbing. Just whatever. Jeez. Alright, guys, we're almost there. I mean, we're cutting it short, and there's definitely other stuff that we haven't covered, but before I forget, man, tweet out Mitai, man. Mitai's been a rock star over there. He's been answering questions and going back and forth all night. The guy's working for free like we all are.
Cashews.
Cashews, vegetarian meat. Okay, so I'm going to go off cuff, and then I'll take a look at this at the end. I'll give some final advice. Look, you definitely want to know like some basic things about decades. So let's just do like basic concepts. In the 1970s, you definitely want to know there's a lot of cynicism. Maybe, you know, we didn't do Vietnam War tonight, but the Vietnam War very much kind of, I think, creates a barrier between the people and their government when the Pentagon Papers come out. What are you laughing at? Oh, me. The Pentagon Papers were basically the secrets of the Vietnam War that were exposed that led eventually to the ending of the Vietnam War, Richard Nixon. And I think that really creates cynicism with the government. And then you put Watergate on top of that, And look, there's a court case for Pentagon Papers, U.S. versus New York Times. But with the Watergate episode, and we're not going to do the whole Watergate scandal, but basically the president is caught covering up a crime and maybe involved in a crime going all the way to the top of the White House. And eventually he stonewalls the investigation by saying he doesn't have to turn over tapes that hold evidence of the crime. And when the Supreme Court rules in United States versus Nixon, how cool is that? We live in a country that the Supreme Court case is the country versus the president. And he got his ass handed to him. It was like an 8-0 decision that said, you're not above the law. Who the hell do you think you are? Son of a bitch. I'm just cursing too much, I think, tonight. But that idea that the president's not above the law is really strong idea for the Regents exam. You then want to go, I guess, Ford pardoned Nixon, go into Carter. Whenever I hear Jimmy Carter, I think peace in the Middle East, because he's the guy who signed the Camp David Accords or got that done, which created peace between Egypt and Israel. He's generally seen as a weak American president because of his failure to end the Iranian hostage crisis and really getting embroiled in an economic kind of whirlwind over oil and OPEC. All right, so let's do some basic concepts on Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is really the first Republican president that really is going to do the opposite of what all the other presidents did in terms of expanding federal power. He's going to try to shrink the size of the federal government because he sees this as a returning to the proper role of federalism, 10th Amendment, and states' rights. And he believes that the government is spending too much money. So it's a little bit ironic because as he's complaining the government's spending too much money, he's going to cut taxes, which brings in less money, but he's also going to increase spending, at least in defense, which is going to create a huge budget deficit. But the theory is that by cutting taxes, you grow the economy. This is called trickle-down economics or supply-side economics. And in a sense, it's like laissez-faire in the sense that he doesn't want to regulate business. He wants to deregulate. He wants the government to get out of the way of business so business can run and grow fast. But at the same time, he wants to give them some of their money back. It's almost like pouring Gatorade on them so they can run faster and faster and faster. They can use that money to expand their businesses, to invest into the company, yada, yada, yada. The concept is trickle-down economics, like America's an ice cream cone. And like scoops of ice cream, we go from the very poor on the bottom of the ice cream to the very rich on top of the ice cream. A Democrat, a hands-down president, would say we're like a hot air balloon. And you have to pump the spending into the bottom of the balloon to fill it and have it rise so the economy grows. A Republican like Ronald Reagan or George Bush would say, no, put the benefits on top of the ice cream. Number one, it's their benefits to begin with. But number two, they'll expand their businesses with that. And it would be like chocolate sauce that trickles down to the poor guy who needs a job. That's the concept of supply-side economics. So for Ronald Reagan, you definitely want to get his economic theory down. You also want to understand that he dramatically increased defense spending because he believes that we can win the Cold War. And the Cold War is eventually won. Whether or not it was Reagan's defense spending that did it is something that can be debated wherever, but he did definitely increase defense spending, even going as far to try to create a Star Wars program in the sky called SDI, which was going to like lasers, shoot down nuclear weapons, and change and end the Cold War. He was involved in a scandal called Iran-Contra. Go watch the video. What the hell am I going to do at this point? What else? You go after that, George Bush. The question is always going to be that he oversaw the end of the Cold War with the fall of the Berlin Wall, and that he was involved in the Persian Gulf War I, which was a United Nations conflict to fight Saddam Hussein, who invaded Kuwait. Like the last step in the dance, guys, after you do containment, is you do New World Order. The New World Order is the concept that the United States is going to put fires out, save the world. Bosnia, Serbia, we end a crisis. We feed Somalia. We go to Haiti. We go to Persian Gulf. We're doing all these cool things to try to be the good guy with United Nations help. I'm looking at the sheet because it's 11 o'clock. I've gone over. Guys, we really have to end this. I'm going to give some final advice, but certainly go through the rest of that sheet. There's other great stuff on there that I didn't get to, especially the big ideas at the bottom. I can't do it, guys. I just can't. Ronald Reagan, Bush Doctrine, 9/11. My goodness gracious. Final advice. Write enough for the essays. Those dots on the essays, this is your big advice. The tasks where they tell you to do things, those are like the golden rules. Don't break one of them. I say dots or die trying. Whatever the essay says, you get credit for trying each question. If you skip one, you screw yourself. So don't skip dots. If the dots are, name 2 monkeys that climb up trees. How do they climb up trees? What do they do on top of the trees? How do they get down? You're going to have a 4-paragraph essay. You're going to open about ideas about monkeys. You're going to have one about orangutans where you say, let's look at how the orangutan climbed up the tree. Let's now see what he ate. How does ass get down? And then you do the same thing for the next one. But if you don't answer a dot, if you don't talk about what he ate, you're dead. You're going to get a 2. So answer all the questions and try to write a few sentences. Ask follow-up questions. Make relations. Make connections. And for that DBQ essay, dots or die trying. End OI or you're dead. Outside information. Break up that DBQ essay so you're not giving me a laundry list. If you write a laundry list, in document 1, I read about the color red. In document 2, I wore my shoe. If you do that, you're dead. Break it up, right? Positives and negatives. Group the documents. Introduce the documents. Let's take a look. Don't say, in document 1, I sounded like an idiot. How about this? According to paragraph 3 of the Articles of Confederation, in document 1, we can clearly see the quote. Put a quote. Explain it. Follow it up. Make a connection. But write till your hand falls off. I'm telling you, man, if you write enough, you'll probably get a 3, as long as you're somewhere near the goalposts. Be good guessers. Read questions out loud. Not like a crazy homeless person in front of the store, but just enough to pick it up in your ear, even mumbling under your breath. Sometimes your brain works differently when you hear things than rather when you think things. Make sure that you say the question with each answer. Look for big ideas. Look for important vocabulary. And do the best that you can, guys. That's all that you can do. This isn't a test that measures your complete intelligence. It's a social studies test, and you're going to pass it if you take your time, if you remember some of the things we taught you tonight, if you finish your essays. If you don't write an essay, just go home. Save enough money to buy a van because you're going to be living it down by the side of the river. I joke, I jest. I have a slogan, guys, that I'm going to give you, and then I'm going to say goodnight. Where attention goes, energy flows. Give it 100%. Focus like a rock star. Don't be disturbed by anything around you, and spend the time in the room to do the best that you can. And take your time. And I think that's all I have for you. Subscribe to HipHughes History on YouTube. All right, that's what I was working for tonight, to get some more subscriptions. And definitely follow us. We're going to be out there. I signed with Left Field Pictures, so those are the same people that do Pawn Stars and Counting Cars. So you might be seeing my crazy ass on your television screens if things line up correctly. If not, I got a job. I'm a teacher. I'm a facilitator of learning experiences. And one more thing. The Ed Reform movement, if I don't say this, then I'm a loser. Teaching is under attack right now. All right? They're trying to control the way we do our jobs. They're trying to manage creativity and turn teaching into a data game where everything is like, you ever watch Dead Poet Society? Remember in the beginning when Robin Williams talks about the rules of poetry and Dr. Pritchard and he rips the book up? Dr. Pritchard is running our education department right now. So teachers are leaving in droves, and please support teachers, support your local union teachers, and I'm done. I'm stick a fork in me. I'm done. Good luck, guys. It's been fun. It's been real. It's even been real fun. Wait a minute. A shout out to Majai. Look at that right there.
Thank you, Keith.
All right, guys. Have a good night. We'll see you later. Peace in the Middle East. Johnny Cash. Let's turn it off. Yeah, you can hit stop button.